Monday as well. Ferron, we're number 23, and Skelton. Going to the crease now, doing their little calisthenics, making sure that all the muscles and joints are working well. They'll be calling upon them in short order.
Yes, both batters are just about approaching the crease, and we will be seeing the opening bowler for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Well, the field is set. It looks like an aggressive field for ODI tournament. We have a slip in a gully. My backward point, third man, cover extra, cover mid off, mid on. It looks as if she'll be swinging it to the offside. There are only two players, two fielders in the offside. The first ball being bowled, probing outside off stump. It looks like number 86 we're seeing, 77. In the last game, Ramharak opened the bowling, so we can assume it might be the same person. Here she comes again off the top of a mark, delivers just outside the off stump, and they're asking for edge. It's not there. Still no connection between bat and ball. Two balls being bowled, both probing outside off stump, and from the way the field is set, it is clear that she will be keeping that off stump line. Here she comes again, off the top of a mark. Oops, delivers a little close to the bat this time, nudged into the offside, well fielded by that person there in point. The cover came, covering and showing that there was no mistake, no easy one, and they're chirping and chatting out there, encouraging the bowler. Here she is again. Fourth ball, up ball, straight delivery, turned into the onside, but straight to the man at the mid wicket who fumbles, but the batters are not interested in a single, which was a straighter line this time, Novel, and the batter was able to clip it into the onside.
So far the bowler has been probing outside the off stump, and she decided to come a little closer, but the batsman was equal to the task, pushing into the mid wicket.
The gap this time, you'll get one, at least two. It won't run away. It wasn't struck with any sort of force, but the first one's off the bat to the Jamaica team.
So that one was a bit shorter in length. I'll just on about the off stump. The batter Ferron pushed it into the offside region, and they were able to come away with 2 runs. That took the total up to 3 without loss from the opening over. Not a bad start for Jamaica.
Fair start, 3 runs for over, 4 runs for over at the start. Not bad. We were saying that yesterday about Leeward's team, but in the last wicket in wins against Bundles.
Well, I think it will be important for either one of the teams when they're batting to use deliveries, try and bat as long as possible, try and get ones and twos for as long, and where you get bad deliveries, look to put them away. What I recognize with most of the teams, they tend to try to score.
It's going to be about of spin. Field is set for spin. Could be Mohammed, one of the Mohammeds. Number forward comes
Skelton.
Ball taking the inner portion of the back, going into the onside. Fielder quickly in. Looks tight so far from Trinidad and Tobago, except for the two ones on the wide. They're fairly decent. Feel tight wing, they're very close in. Any sort of penetration, you could be certain that it's at least two. Our boundary. Here she comes again. Ramharak in, up, pull, forward defense.
Well, earlier you spoke all about the possibility of some movement, some turn, and we saw the bowler extracting something slight there from the pitch, but you speak about close in fielders. I think that speaks to the confidence of the bowler.
Here she comes again. Forward she goes. A stifled cry from the first slip and wicketkeeper. The umpire is not interested. He just simply signaled, took it to his partner. There are 2 balls left in this over. The score remains on 3. 3 out last. 2 to Ferron, 1 extra, 1 wide. Ramharak loops it up. Forward defense she goes. It comes off the inner portion of the bat down to short square leg. She's in quickly. Loops the ball around. They're getting ready for the first maiden, maybe. First maiden. Can she? Will she end well? Started well. Will she end well? Here she comes. Up, loops it up. Forward defensive. And it will be a maiden. 2 overs gone. 3 runs. Skelton yet to score. Looking to take their time. Looking to take your advice. No one.
Well, it's important that the batters spend time at the crease, get accustomed to the pace of the pitch, see what the bowlers are doing. It's the first over from Ramharak, and it was a maiden, and I think she extracted some turn from the pitch, but more importantly, she had very good control, and I like the variation in pace, trying to give it a little ear and at times. And we're going to have the continuation. It's the 3rd over. It will be Ferron facing.
Ferron faces up, comes forward, brings around the foot, full face of the bat. Rocks back on her haunches to say, I'm here. I'm here to stay. Scoreboard in the northwestern side, looking spankingly new. A drive into the onside one's here. Tickle the bird back with the square. Fielders give chase. Batters comfortably 2 for 2. So the score moves on by 2 to 5. And Ferron up to 4. This time the bowler was guilty of straying a little down the leg side, maybe between leg and off. Skelton came across and clipped it nicely. Back with the square to get 2 runs. Alexander. It's Alexander, short outside the off stump. Tailing back in. Ferron reads it well. Split it out to short extra cover.
Well, I really think that this field that the bowler has is pretty difficult to bowl to. Your margin for error is very slim. You're talking about 7 persons on the offside and 2 on the on. And very, very small margin for error.
But they're asking Alexander to do a particular task, and so far she's doing that job. She's keeping the ball on or about off stump or outside off stump. She erred, let's say, 3 times out of 9 balls so far.
Very good control this far, and haven't really been punished as yet when she has erred. Ferron just doing the right thing, defending, and I think just waiting on anything that might be slightly offline.
Here she is again. Outside the drive comes through mid-wicket. A lovely drive, a lovely hand drive. That deserves 4. The ball is holding up now, jolted up now just inside the boundary, and the fielders combine to make a save. and it seems as if they got only two. So good work in the field.
Good work indeed. It was a delivery pitched up on the leg stump, and Ferron drove beautifully in between mid wicket and mid on, and a shot probably that deserved 4 runs, but the fielders saying, hey, we're going to work here today, you're going to have to work for these runs, and was able to pull it back just inside of the boundary, and Ferron takes a tally up to 6.
Ferron and six to score, and seven without loss in the third over. Here she comes again. Lopped up. Is that in the air? Yes, it's in the air, but just dropping one shot of that field of mid off. Opportunity, half chance. Is it?
I think the fielder just didn't get close enough, but a loose shot from Ferron under no pressure. That one was pitched up on the off stump. Really should have just come forward and push it down to mid off. And I think this is what I'm speaking about. Just not needing to take any risk. You're under no pressure. You've been scoring freely. That one pitched up. Just push it back to the mid-on region and collect a single. And that brought up the end of the over. The score, 8 without loss. Trinidad from 3 over. Jamaica batting, 8 without loss from 3 overs.
Yes, well, she was following your advice until then, being patient and waiting for that odd one that strayed down the leg side, or a little off the center, so she could clip it in the onside for sure runs. But on that occasion, her eyes opened up. Maybe she was feeling the blood rushing from that on-drive she played a while ago, and gave her teammates a scare. Here she is again, this time coming forward. A little bounce this time. Came up and struck the gloves of the bat.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, Al, there might be something in it for the spinners, and Ramharak, who bowled her first over really well, continuing.
Here she is, Ramharak, forward. And I asked a question, coming forward, the ball hitting the top of the pad. Maybe height is the question on that occasion. The umpire arms didn't move, thought it wasn't interested. He was looking everywhere and doing everything else except raising the finger.
I think it would have been a question of height, and I think she got outside of the off stump too.
Luckily for her, in the approved manner. Here comes Ramharak again. She's a maiden to her name. Forward, then back. Pushes it back to the bowler. Fields easily and cleanly. 3 balls. Makes it 9 dot balls for Ramharak.
Yeah, they have not been able to score from Ramharak thus far.
Loops it up, a drive down to the onside. This time she'll get a single, at least a single. It's a long on and a wideish mid on as well. And so that ball got between 2 players, the bowler and that player, and they were able to get a single. So it's now Skelton who's yet to score to face. Skelton coming forward, a similar manner to Ferron, but this time it was just blocked. The fielder was able to get around.
I like Ramharak. She's asking questions. Now and again she's giving it that little loop, inviting the players to take a go. Hey, hit me where you wish.
Here's the loop again. And it looked as if for a moment that Skelton wanted to go for it, but she held back. It was like a half-hearted shot.
Well, I like that, because Skelton, she hasn't faced many deliveries since she's been out in the middle aisle, and Ramharak recognizing that, saying, if you want to score, try me. She looped that one up, but Skelton was disciplined enough to just push it into the onside. That brought up the end of the over. The score, it's 9 without loss from 4 overs, Jamaica batting. And it will be Ferron who will be facing up to Alexander.
Over number 5, Alexander to bowl. Ferron facing. Field well set. Still a 7-2 field. Outside our stump, a crack into the offside. Square cuts, more or less. There's an exploration of a single, but they changed their mind. Good decision.
Yeah, it was a wise decision, Al. She punched that one out into the cover region, and there was no run. And Alexander, being disciplined, holding that off stump line, 7-2 field, asking, just pace this field for me.
Here she comes again. Outside our stump. Oh, and that one drops from the wicketkeeper hand. Was there edge there? Look as if it went through everything. Good ball outside of our stump. Probing, as we said. Probing outside our stump. That's the mission for Alexander. Not yet successful, but she'll hope that she can pick up some wickets. Let's see. And she's aiming to give the slip some work to do. Here she comes again. Outside our stump, comes forward this time, turning it into the offside, onside. Short mid wicket comes around. No chance of a single. The chirping goes on, the encouragement goes on. Almost in every ball that Alexander bowls.
Yeah, I love the energy from the Trinidad and Tobago team. And it's really a mind game here being played by Trinidad against Ferron.
Ferron looking to cut, the ball going beneath the bat.
Well taken there behind the stumps by Lady Boyce.
Much better than the last time. Went all through her. Here is Alexander. Runs away. Delivers a tailing ball, tailing to the onside, and Ferron is better of it. This time she clips it. And this time she gets 4.
A beautiful shot by Ferron Al. A delivery pitched up just on about middle center, the center stump and leg stump, and she just worked that one easily past mid-wicket for 4, all along the ground. Just about the way you would want to play if you're looking to bat through these 50 overs. Utilizing deliveries, waiting on the bad one, and Ferron did that quite easily. And Alexander would want to be a lot more disciplined. Hold that line of off stump if you're bowling with a 7-2 field. Help your captain out. Don't give away those little easy balls to score. I think Ferron looks very good so far, Al. She's willing to wait. She's defending well. And whenever she gets one that's erring in line, more so than length, she's punishing it.
Well, as you see, she's adjusting her earpiece so she can hear your advice. Waiting on the bad balls. Another one comes and, asking. Cannon. Oh, in fact, she's bold. I didn't pick up that one at all. It went beneath Ferron and clipped the stumps. So the first wicket goes.
Yes, Al, that one went, kept a bit low on Ferron, and she was comprehensively bowled by Alexander. I was just singing her praises, Al. I don't know if that's commentator's curse, saying that she looked so compact, looked well, and was scoring whenever she got one that erred in line. But Alexander got the better of her. That one went to and comprehensively bowled her. The score, 12-4-1.
13.
My apologies, that will be 13-1.
Who coming now?
So we have a new batter coming to the crease. It's number 12, and that will be Rashada Williams.
Rashada Williams is one of those in the Jamaican side who has West Indies pedigree, but she will not face because that was the last ball of the last over, and so it will be the continuation of the examination of Ramharak of these Jamaican batters with her nice juicy leg spin. That one just outside off stump going away. Skelton. She seems to be the more patient one. She only has one so far.
Kelton hasn't done much scoring, and she really hasn't faced many balls either. But she has a new partner, and here is Ramark into bowl to Skelton, who is pushing that one out to short extra cover, and there's no run out.
No one indeed. The score remains on 13 for 1. Okay. Not just looking, asking for a single, but as we said before, there's a tight ring of fielders, and so backward point is able to come around quickly and prevented any idea of that single. So it's still 13. The wind is playing havoc with the scoreboard. It's a stiff breeze, as we said earlier, northeast trades. Here comes Amarak, pushes back, A little bit uppish, but not firm enough to get back to the hands of Ramharak. So she will continue the probe and the test of these batsmen. Let's see how patient you are. Overs are going. Here she comes again. Loops up, a drive into the onside. Fielder is there, covering well.
I think Ramhawk is doing a really good job. I think has only been one run scored off her so far. And I think that's because she's varying her pace so well. The batters are not sure whether to hit or to defend.
Well, out of our 3 overs, I think that's 2 maidens, none for one. Very impressive figures. The captain will be happy. Very happy with Ramharak. The way Ramharak is bowling, literally tying down the batsmen. They're looking for that loose ball, and it doesn't come.
It doesn't come. She's been very disciplined. Her control is good, and she's leaving it up to the batters to say, "Hey, take me on if you can." Alexander will continue, and she will be bowling to the new batter in Rashida Williams, number 12.
Let's see how Williams will handle this. She had a time in the pavilion looking down. At least she had 20 minutes to see what Alexander was doing. Here comes Alexander.
That delivery just defended out into the offside, and there's no run. Alexander, who was successful in her last over in picking up the wicket of Farron for 12. Farron was bowled, and here is Alexander again coming into bowl to Williams, who's defending out into extra cover, and there's no run, Al.
No one indeed. The score has stopped scoring so far. It's 13 for 1 for the longest while, but as you say, it's a game of patience. Our apologies to particularly the Jamaican listeners. This person is Shelton, Sharika Shelton. A little typo on the paper here. Here comes a square cut, straight to point. A little typo had us for a moment, so it's Sharika Shelton, wearing number 74. She's on 1. The score has not moved for a while. Will this be a maiden as well?
Well, Trinidad would hope so, and I think Williams would have other ideas, and there she is defending out into the backward point region, and there is no run. And I am very quite happy today that there is such a nice breeze blowing across the ground, because St. Kitts has been a very, very hot place in the last 10 days or so.
96 degrees in the shade. I see a block ball right up in the block hole, aiming to York Williams. Williams have none of that. She blocked it out into the off stump, offside.
Not much more she could have done with that, and the Trinidad team continues to chirp, continues to cheer as Alexander is into bowl to Williams.
A nibble at it, which brought some shouts, half screams from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Second maiden in succession, being thrown on by Trinidad and Tobago. First Ramharak, then Alexander. So
it appears Alexander has warmed to her task and becoming a lot more disciplined as she's been going through her overs. It's 13 for 1. The score hasn't moved for 2 overs, and the very measly Ramharak continues. They're not going to get much from her, and she has been doing her best to do that.
here she comes again, loops it up, a drive into the onside, but mid-wicket is short, mid-wicket is there. She has no problem in getting around. About 2 to 3 paces, 4 paces to her right, and grabs it up. No run. Still 13, and this is the 8th over. The scoring rate has plummeted to just below 2. Here to come again, loops it up, a drive again, a little uppish. She's asking, but I'm almost certain that I heard some bat in that. The bat and then pad.
Yeah, there was some bat involved, and you did mention that the scoring rate is plummeting, Al, but I really think there's no concern. You have 300 deliveries to face. You haven't even faced a quarter of those, so there's a lot of time to bat.
Lots of times. Here she comes. Blocking in the approved manner. Bat in front of the pad. Knocking it back down the track for Ramharak to field to her own bowling. Cover, extra cover, backward point. The slip is in. They're still hoping for an edge. The slip is in, mid off. Here she comes, turn it down to backward square. Field well set. Easy pickings, 2-3 steps to the right, picks it up. Ball wasn't struck firmly, and so.
Well, I think with how tight things have been, Shelton should have scored from that delivery that was pretty much on the leg stump. It, for me, was a freebie, and she should have capitalized on that.
Oh, ooh, this looks encouraging. Forcing her to drive, a sort of untimed drive. Almost knocked it back into her hand.
Shelton it has been struggling to score, and Ramarak is not offering her much. And here is Ramarak into bowl to Shelton again. She's driving out to the backward point region, and there's no run. That brings up the end of the over, the 9th over. And another maiden sent down by Ramharak. The score, 13 for 1.
Three maidens in succession. Things are certainly getting quiet here, as we see the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers in Alexander and Ramharak tying down the Jamaican batters.
Well, unless the Jamaican batters have the mindset to hang in there for a long time, they might be pressured into playing attacking or aggressive strokes that may not be there, because Alexander hasn't been given much, and here she's coming to bowl to Williams.
She's keeping the same ply, probing outside off stump. That one just a little dab down into the offside. Couldn't penetrate the offside field of Trinidad and Tobago. And notice Boyce is standing right up to the wicket to Alexander, and Alexander is supposed to be the pace bowler. Here she comes again, up to the wicket now, outside off stump. It's just a little peel tailing into the center. She clips it through mid wicket, gets one, turn for a second. There's a misfield, a slight misfield, and the mid-hour was able to come around and clean up the mess. It's 2 runs, so finally the score moves on.
And Williams gets off the mark. Not a bad stroke, but not so good feeling out there in mid-wicket.
Yeah, I noticed too that Alexander is able to get the ball to tail in. It's almost like a swing, swing back into the wicket, and they may want to relook the field placings for Alexander.
Yeah, she seemed to have, because that's the only way.
Of pain. Doesn't bother with the pain though. Claps and urges on Alexander. Good ball.
That the batters from Jamaica may be inclined to be aggressive at some point.
Okay, outside off stump. This time she gets out the edge down to the third man. There's runs in this, at least one. They get the one, and they'll be satisfied with that one. So it's now 16 for 1. Wicket of Ferron went down earlier, bowled by Alexander for 12. And finally the scoreboard guys are getting something to do. They were sitting idly by for about 3 overs in.
10th over. Al, it's 16 for 1.
Ninth over.
9th over, my apology.
Yeah, we started at the northern end. So the northern end would be the odd number, and the southern end, this end would be the even number. And it seems like the bowler is going to keep, Mohammed, the captain, is going to keep up the pressure with Ramharak bowling going into a 5th over.
The captain certainly asking them to bowl a lengthy opening spell. Alexander, who has completed 5 so far, and Ramharak is into her 5th, going to bowl her 5th now. Shelton on 1, Williams on 3.
So it will be Williams to face. Ramarak is miserly tight. Here she comes. Forward defensive, long forward defensive. She's putting her foot right down the track and stretching into that ball, but just blocking it. She's on three. Again, oh, this time she's asking, oh, plummet into the off. The off stump. Novel?
I think there might have been an inside edge there, Al.
Probably that's the only thing could have saved her.
Probably. And Williams would be an experienced campaigner, Al, and would have seen this sort of bowling before and the situation, and she should be able to apply herself to bat through this little difficult period for Jamaica.
It's a little difficult period, extending into a big difficult period, because Ramharak is going to bowl 5 overs for 1-1 in an ODI competition. They can't even milk her singles. They're not getting anything. Miser. Mean. A drive down to the down to the bowler. She blocks it partially. Picked up eventually by Midan, who has come off the boundary. Earlier they had Midan, a long on, not a Midan. And since they've tied up the batsman, they've brought in the field. And they push back the mid-wicket and square leg. Slap into the hands of the backward point fielder. Wicket goes. Number 2. 2 down. Ramharak, successful.
Ramharak has been probing away on that off-stump line, flighting and sometimes just pitching up. But this one, she pulled back a bit, and there was a chop to backward point by Williams. It was in the ear, and there was a smart move to the right of the backward point fielder, and that brought the end of Williams. She goes for 3, caught off the bowling of Ramharak. Score 16 for 2, Jamaica batting.
16 for 2 in this the 10th over, and it brings out the captain, Stephanie Taylor. We trust that she is feeling much better. We understand she had a slight back injury. But here she is doing battle again. She played in the game against Leewards.
So Stephanie Taylor comes to the crease. Jamaica 16 for 2. We're into the 10th over. Ramharak and Alexander have been very tight, Al, very measly. The Jamaicans have not been able to rotate the strike, and it is the part of the game that I think we have been let down by, the ability to just work singles during difficult periods, keep the scoreboard ticking. And I think Williams may have perished to some pressure. I thought that I just said that she had all the experience in the world and would be able to work through it, and she was unable to. The catch was taken by Joseph at backward point, and Ramharak will be continuing to the captain, Stephanie Taylor, and we know her record at the international level. One who is able to score runs. But let's see what will happen here, Al.
Here comes Ramharak. I think it's the final ball over. She comes in. Forward comes Stephanie Taylor. Knocks it down into the onside. End of the over, 16 for 2. Ramharak has wonderful figures of 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1.
You can't ask for a better spell of bowling than that. Captain must be pleased with the work done by Ramharak, and there is the signal by the umpire for the power play, and it looks like Alexander will continue. Al, it's over number 6. This is a very long opening spell, and she has been bowling well, and I think may have been in a wrestling match with the captain if she wanted to take the ball away.
I believe you. I do believe you. Feeling the sweat. Picked up a wicket. Not doing bad at all. Probing outside the off stump. And
there's that ball tailing back in again, Al, that natural in-swing that Alexander seemed to have.
So I'm wondering why doesn't it take out maybe the gully because the wicket doesn't have that pace and bounce to give that ball going through the gully. It more than likely to the outer edge and go down to third man, which is covered anyway. And I would suggest, if you can hear me well, to give that extra protection on the onside for that ball. A 7-2 field is very difficult to bowl. Oh, beaten outside off stump, pull back in the bat afterwards
Yeah,
to
and
pretend as if she
again,
had control, but
she
in my
didn't.
opinion,
She
she
was
was
beating all ends up.
beaten for flight, beaten for pace.
Beating all ends up, but
Good
well
ball.
taken again by keeper Boyce there.
Good ball that we would say. Good ball that. Here she comes again. Alexander continuing the probe, the examination. Here she comes outside our stump, cut into the wicket, bounces out to extra cover. No harm, no run, no interest in anyone anyway. Score remains on 16, 16 for 2. Jamaica in the 11th over, having to trying to extricate themselves from this web of tight bowling. To be continued. Here they come again. Alexander. Outside our stump, a cut, edge, the bottom edge, down to third man. At least they'll get a single. Single on.
Yeah, single got had there by Shelton. She moves on to 2. The score 17 for 2, and that brings Stephanie Taylor, who will be facing up to the opening bowler Alexander. And again, she has been doing a good job, Al. And I do agree with you that because of that natural in-swing that she has, that they could move one player into the onside just for the protection. But here she comes.
Taylor coming forward, forward defensive. The player was moved, but simply dropped further back. So now I think we have a backward point rather than an upfielding gully. We have a backward point to cover, extra cover. Is a whitish mid-off and the mid-off. You get those few places in right, especially on the offside.
Yes, there's an extra cover on a mid-off, then there's a mid-on and a mid-wicket.
Cut. Pushed into the offside. Cannot penetrate that tight wing of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders in the offside. And
Well,
1-1 from that over.
All one thing to note, as soon as Taylor got to the wicket, she's been getting the ball out of the middle. She looks very easy. Looks like nothing is troubling her at this point. Even though the bowling is fairly tight, she's middling the balls. And I think it's important when you get to the wicket that you start feeling that ball out of the middle. And she has already been doing that. But we have to speak about the bowling of Alexander. It's been measly, it's been tight. She's been getting that ball to duck back in slightly and creating problems for the batters. You're not missing any action at this point. We look like we'll be having a change in bowling.
Yeah, this is going to be 12th over, a change in bowling, and we're going to pick up the bowler. But after such tight bowling from Ramharak, why would you take her off?
Well, Al, you still have 50 overs to complete, and I think the captain's thinking, hey, I got 5 from you to start. I got a wicket from you. You did your job. Let's get a change in the bowling from this end.
We'll give you the name of the bowler in a while, but she's coming in now. Left armour. Blocked by Shelton. Simply standing tall and nudging it down into the crease. But we're seeing another set of spin novel, this time a left armour.
Yeah, it's left arm leg spin.
It looks like Sugrim, Steffi Sugrim. And they are happy. The Trinidad team very happy with the tight bowling from the 3 bowlers we've seen so far.
Sugrim has picked up where Ramharak left off, and she's just pitching just on about the center stump, and she's going to bowl to Shelton.
Shelton getting a little outside edge down to third man area, short third man, backward point runs around. 1-1 to Shelton.
Shelton has not been able to break her shackles, and I think that one took the outer portion of the bat down to third man, rather than it was an intended shot that she played.
You could say that, but I'm sure if you interview her, she would say she opened the face of the bat. He's so grim, short, she's back, she's slapping, but the ball taking the inner portion of the bat, just going out onto the onside, just on the onside of the track.
It was short, but it didn't bounce, and Sugrim, who is a fairly diminutive player, didn't extract much bounce, and Taylor getting back and that one taking the inner portion of the bat into the onside. But here's Sugrim again.
Forward defensive, broad face of the bat, Stephanie Taylor. Her defense look good. Her defense look good. Let's see how she can attack this bowling. It's not inviting, it's not over pitched, it's just thereabouts, short of a good length. Not much pace on it. She'll have to work her own pace. Here she comes again. So Grim up to the wicket now, pose. Taylor nudges into the onside. She's asking for a single. She will get two as it goes just in front of the square leg umpire. Enough room to get a single, so she's off the mark eventually.
Taylor just easily using all her skill and just getting back and working it into the gap on the onside. A mark of a very good player, Al, just using the pace of the ball, a little bit of risk, just to get the ball into the onside, into the gap. And I mean, as tight as the bowling is, it's just a matter of batsmanship there by Taylor. It brings about the end of the over, and it's 19 for 2, Jamaica batting.
19 for 2.
19 for 2. We're missing no action as we'll be continuing.
13 overs bowled.
13 overs bowled, 19 for 2, and Alexander appears to be.
It's going to be replaced. Anisa Mohammed is going to take over.
Well, it looks like it's going to be an all-out spin attack.
Spin is the thing.
Spin is the thing, and based on how Ramharak bowled her 5 for 1 run and picking up 1 wicket, I see no reason why the captain wouldn't be thinking, well, you're going to have to play spin here today. And I think the best player out there for Jamaica right now would be Taylor, who would have seen a lot of this and would have the ability and the skill to work and maneuver the bowling. But Anisa Mohammed is a wicket taker in her own right.
Well, it's all West Indies affair because the 2 players at the crease for Jamaica, they have West Indies pedigree, and Anisa is also a West Indies player. And so I'm sure there's an air of familiarity out there as she's setting her field. She has a shot, a backward square leg, short, a deep mid wicket, long on, mid off. As the first ball comes in.
Immediate turn, Alpha Anisa. That one
Yeah,
was a bit short, but you could see
yeah.
that there was immediate turn for Mohammed.
Short mid wicket, slip is in still, backward point, cover, extra cover, a little hop from Anisa and Mohammed. Outside the option, slapped into the in the cover area, well fielded.
Well, Anisa hasn't yet found that appropriate length. Both deliveries were short, but again, obvious turn, Al.
Yes, but they weren't punished. Taylor was trying to lean back and crack it through the gap, but she's not able to get it through the gap. Here comes Mohammed again, loops it up, forward Taylor comes. Ball goes back down the track for Anisa Mohammed to field. There's no run. It's still 19 for 2.
There's no fear in Mohammed, Al. That one was well flighted, and Taylor was just defending, but here she comes again.
Outside off stump, almost a wide. I guess she's asking Taylor to go at it.
Yeah,
Taylor.
she's asking Taylor to play shots, and she has the protection on the offside for the delivery that she just bowled.
Here she comes again. Forward defender, asking. And the finger goes up eventually. Taylor is not happy at all. leg before wicket. Taylor, leg before wicket to Anisa Mohammed for one. Jamaica in trouble?
They definitely would be in trouble. We're talking about we're into the 13th over, and Taylor getting a delivery just about on the off stump. She went long forward, Al. The umpire thought long and hard, just as the defense was, and in the umpire's opinion, that ball was adjacent, and she was adjudged LBW. At the start of Anisa Mohammed's spell, I said she is a wicket taker in her own right, and she responded immediately.
Well, she seemed to be a wicket taker in any right. And she sent back the West Indies, former West Indies captain, the one who who Noel has touted to be the best batter for spin out there. She's no longer with us. It's now 19 for 3. Shelton is still on 2. She's been there. She's been there ever since the start of the game, giving McLean some advice. Well, this is going to be good because the last time I saw McLean, she looks to be a very aggressive batter, and I'm sure she wouldn't have these bowlers trying to tie her down without some form of resistance.
Yeah, McLean is one who's not shying playing shots, and McLean would have to also assess the situation. Al, it's 19 for 3. You've lost the top 3 batters in your team, and you may want to have a look at the bowling before you start playing those shots. But here is a Mohammed coming and bowling to McLean, who easily punches that one out to mid-off, and there is no run. Brings about the end of the 13th over, and the score 19 for 3. 19 for 3. You heard me right. Jamaica batting. They won the toss, Al, and they also decided to bat, but I'm not so sure that decision so far has paid off or proven to be the right one.
Well, I would like you to hatch a plan as to how they're going to get out of this monkey wrench. Shuckles.
Well, Trinidad clearly had a plan, Al, and they decided they were going to bowl one side of the wicket. From the time Alexander took the ball, it was 7-2 field, and Ram Harak, who was very measly in her spell, 5 overs, 1 run from that. And we also have a change in bowling, and we will also have a change in the commentary position. So we're going to have Mr. Troy Mills joining me here to pick up the commentary attack for you. It's 19 for 3. Good morning, Troy.
Good morning, Mr. McCall. Good morning to the viewers.
And we will also have the one and only Mr. Monarch joining Troy Mills in the comments position.
As we welcome McCall, Jamaica in a bit of trouble, 19 for 3. And that one tossed up, driving, just down to the mid-off region. No run. And Alexander it is, opening the attack from the seaside end now. And here is the coming forward, played it square. No run. As I say, good morning to Mr. Monarch, Calypsonian, but not a mic for singing purposes today. Monarch.
Hey, good morning, Biff. Again, welcome to the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 tournament.
And here Shelton playing that one up his feet.
Looks like one bounce.
One bounce, yes, the backward point, stepping forward, 2 paces, diving full stretch, but that one just bouncing in front, Monarch.
The fielder made a good attempt. She took a catch earlier, which was very similar. Maybe she might have moved just a little bit late.
And perhaps some may say a half chance, some may say a full chance. Were she to be more alert, moving in a little quicker, that would have fallen safely into her hands. But no harm done. The score remains 19 for 3, Jamaica, after winning the toss and the batting. Here's Alexander. And that one popping up, the batter getting up, playing with a bit of soft hands into the offside, and just dropping short of that shortish cover. One up and he pops up, and it is popping up straight into the bowler's hand. Monarch didn't catch him practice as it were.
Absolutely. Looks like batting practice to me. So Kirby has come on in her first over. She's taken a wicket. And is that Shelton, the opening bat? Is that Shelton, the opening bat, who is out now? All right. Well, we'll confirm. We'll confirm the batter. Shelton? Okay. Yes, and Shelton's been out there for all of the innings so far.
Caught on board Kirby. She faced 35 balls, Monarch. Quite a patient knock.
a very patient knock. Indeed, maybe it was her team's position. And she made 2 from 35 balls, and maybe it's the team's position that she will be the anchor right down these 50 overs, of course, in this game. And yeah, as we await the new batter, just like to let the audience know, of course, that the CGE Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup today is the second day of the tournament, and in addition to Jamaica and Trinidad here in St. Paul's, Guyana is taking on Barbados currently in Connery, and Windward versus Leewards at Warner Park. So Kirby will continue now to the new batter.
19 for 4. Sinking further into trouble. And Shedian Nation, the new batter. Shedian Nation, number 8. And that one a bit short. Looking at it, perhaps should have been pulling it, and she's thinking that I should have done that and rehearsing the shot. But she was just able to push that into the offside. It's the end of the over. Jamaica winning the toss and batting Monarch. They are 19 for 4.
Yes, struggling here in beautiful St. Paul's. Of course, I was sitting in the back and I was hoping to be on when Stephanie Taylor, former West Indies female captain, was out there. But she didn't last. She was LBW to Anisa Mohammed in her first over, and Anisa Mohammed is getting ready to continue.
West Indian vice captain at one point, tossing that one up, and she drives just to the right of the diving cover. She's going to get one, and that's what they'll settle for. Taking the score up to 20 for the loss of 4 Jamaica. Lovely sunshine here at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex. A little on the warm side, some may argue very hot. But I don't think it's as hot as it was on Monday.
Well, that's because I wasn't here.
A nation, she's now into strike, and she has the whole weight of her nation, Jamaica, on her shoulders. And she looks up, faces Mohammed outside the off stump. She gets back, and she's trying to cut that one, not being able to penetrate the fielder at backward point. 20 for the loss of 4 Jamaica after winning the toss, Monarch.
Yeah, and the overs are slowly going by, so they definitely would have to make a move on here. And when I say a move, not necessarily start hitting 4s and 6s, but create a partnership, because there's still tons of overs to go in this game.
Definitely quite a lot of overs, and the batters just need to steady and bat and enjoy themselves. Here is Nation coming forward, a question being asked of the umpire. She looks, but not convinced, not out. And the score remains 20 for 4 in the 15th over. Nation wearing a yellow floppy hat. She comes forward, driving back down the track, beats the bowler who's diving to her right. Nation picking up her first run, and it inches the score onto 21. Extremely laboriously, I may add, Monarch.
Laboriously. I haven't heard that word for quite a while.
Scoring at just over 1 point
Okay.
per over.
You're talking about the snail pace.
Snail pace of the scoring. And Mohammed doing some adjustments, sending the cover out on the boundary, wanting some protection for McLean, who is on one. Powerful looking lady, and here she is coming forward, playing that one down the track. And it's the end of the over. At the end of the 15th over, Jamaica winning the toss and batting 21 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, 15 overs completed here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, where Jamaica is taking on Trinidad and Tobago in the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup. If you were here on Monday, looks like the results from here on Monday, where Leewards took on Jamaica. Jamaica won by 6 wickets. Leewards all out for 120. Jamaica 121 for 4 off 24.1 overs. So making quick work of that 120 made by the Leeward Islands right here at St. Paul's. And Kirby will
Into the offside, won't beat the mid-off fielder. Score remains 21 for the loss of 4, Jamaica. Quite a different Jamaica compared to the Leewards. Leewards batting, winning the toss and batting first, making 120, and Jamaica making light work of it. And it's basically the opposite here. As we see Kirby, she's going in now to Nation. Nation comes outside the off stump, pushes it into the cover region, not with a lot of force, and not being able to beat the fielder there. The score remains 21 for the loss of 4, and we're into over number 16.
Yeah, well, of course, Barbados beat Trinidad and Tobago in the opening game. So that was the game at Warner Park on Monday. So they're looking for revenge here.
And here's she bringing Nation forward again. The extra cover moving around smartly to her right. Another dot baller. The third of the over is it. And the Trinidadians, their tails on their backs, as old people would say, Monarch.
Chirping very loudly.
Cheering on the bowler. The field goes quiet as Kirby is in and swiping that one is Nation through the extra cover. 4 lovely looking runs to take her score onto 5, and that of Jamaica 25 for the loss of 4.
That's a great shot. Driving through extra cover by Nation. And yes, we've acknowledged the signal of the umpire. 4 runs all the way. And as they say, well, I can't say as they say, I have to say not a woman move instead of not a man move.
That reminds me of a song by Imagine, not a man move till morning, but here is the women. As Kirby, she's in to Nation again. And coming forward, flicks that a little uppishly onto the side. The mid-on moves around smartly to her right. And no harm done, 25 for 4, Jamaica. And we're into the 16th over.
Yeah, and of course, Nation looks very, very confident. She looks like she's a no-nonsense batter, and she's looking to move the score in a more positive direction for the female Talawas. Now, Nation is crunched over. It looks like they were initially calling for assistance from the pavilion, but it looks like she's all right. She's about to settle into her stance again, with Kirby coming in to bowl to her.
Umpire Cal took it from Nevis. He walks down, making sure she's okay, and signals there's only 1 ball left in the over. And Nation, she taps away at the crease quite comfortably indeed, from her batting stance, that is. And Kirby in, and she comes forward, drives that one back down the track. Kirby fields herself, and at the end of the 16th over, Monarch, 25 for 4, Jamaica, after winning the toss and the batting.
And it looks like we're going to have a break here. As you mentioned, the sun in St. Kitts and around the Caribbean As a matter of fact, I was in St. Martin over the weekend, and it was just as hot, or maybe even hotter, in St. Martin as well. So there seemed to be a heat wave going around. So a well-deserved break for the young ladies out here, and also the umpire as well. They, of course, are getting a drink while we wait, of course, for the groundsman to come and do some minor cleaning up around the stump area. So looks like a very good tournament so far, Biff, starting off on Monday with the expected wins from teams like Barbados, who are the reigning champs, as a matter of fact.
And Jamaica, of course, putting in their bid. They've won the championship several times. Guyana being skittled out for 79 by the Windward Islands. Windward Islands going on to score 80 for 1. So we've had some good performances so far from individuals.
Yes.
And it's a water break. You're not missing any cricket. After 16 overs, 25 for 4, Jamaica winning the toss and batting. And quite a lot of trouble, one would add.
Good. And just so that the listening public or the viewing public would know that the tournament continues on a Friday, that is May 12th. Trinidad and Tobago will take on the Windward Islands here in St. Paul's. Jamaica takes on Barbados in Connery, and the Leewards will go up against Guyana at Warner Park. And then, of course, there's a break for the weekend, and the matches continue next Monday and next Wednesday as well. So that's the 15th and the 17th. In addition to that, as well, the Leeward Islands Masters Tournament is getting ready to be bowled off on the 26th of this month. Biff, I don't know if you qualified for the team. You look very, young today, so I don't think they'll consider you to be a master,
well,
unless I need to clear, my classes.
Well, I ordered a new outfit, long sleeve, short sleeve, but they haven't been arrived as yet, so unfortunately I won't be able to gear up for that competition.
But have you gotten the call as yet, though?
Not as yet. I guess the selectors are still in the selection mode.
All right. and just to say good afternoon to the folks down there in St. Martin, including Dango, who is, of course, working with the St. Martin team. They're coming in to take part in the Leeward Islands Masters as well. But back here at St. Paul's, the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup will continue. Anissa Mohammed, she's at the southern end, and she's at the southern end, and she's getting ready to bowl to McLean.
Very good figures, Mohammed. 2 overs, 1 run, 1 wicket, and that's the type of figures you would expect from West Indies vice captain.
Absolutely.
Very experienced bowler. And here she comes, the familiar jump, and tossing that one full and trying to tempt McLean into some indiscretion. Thinking about it, but in the end, she drives that one down to the mid-off region. No harm done. One slip, backward point, cover, extra cover. Mid-off as Mohammed is into McLean, who chips down and drive it back to the bowler umpire, trying to ease to the side to avoid being hit. But Mohammed blocks. There's a backward square, mid-wicket. A fielder deep on the mid-wicket boundary and a long on. 25 for 4. It is some adjustments being made. The long off being brought a little finer, and Mohammed in once more. Bringing McLean forward. She plays that one into the offside. Mohammed runs around the field.
So we've got a good game going on so far, but Trinidad definitely have the upper hand as Anissa Mohammed gets ready to come in once more to bowl to McLean.
That one on the stumps, and McLean taking the invitation this time, and she heaves it over the mid-wicket boundary. Easy 6 runs, and that's the first six, I think, being struck on this ground, Monarch. Not being struck in the first match, and this is the first for this match.
The first for this match at least. And, you know, I kept watching Mohammed bowling, and I said, well, you know, she keeps tossing it way up in the air. And it was only a matter of time before McLean, took the challenge, and she sure did. And wide mid-on, you would call that. It went over by the covers for the pitch. Ball has been recovered, and Anisa Mohammed will continue. Let's see. Looks like there's some feeling changes here, Biff. I see cover going back on the boundary.
Long off, long on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary, employing the 4 outside fielders in the second power play. And here she is tossing that one up a little flatter. And McLean driving through the mid-wicket region, picks up a single to take her tally to 8. And the Jamaican 32 for the loss of 4. Still in the 17th over. And interesting cricket, Mohammed tempting McLean, tossing it high. And strangely enough, the one that went for 6, it wasn't so looping as previous deliveries, but she built the confidence and she was able to go whacking. Here's Mohammed again, a little flatter, a little faster outside the off stump. McLean's, that's Nation steps out. She plays into the extra cover region. Nation picks up her 6th one, and it takes Jamaica to 33 for the loss of 4 at the end of the 17th over.
33 for 4 in 17 overs. Well, there's still 33 overs to go. And what these batters need to do is to settle in, they don't need to beat the ball all over the place right now. It's just a matter of consolidating the innings, creating a partnership, of course, so that Jamaica can come out, you know, with a reasonable score. If I'm not mistaken, I think the high score so far in the tournament is 162. So we'll see whether or not Jamaica is able to get that far, considering they're already 33 for 4.
Kirby continuing her 3rd over. She has had 2 overs, 4 runs, 1 wicket so far. And here's Nation popping it into the offside. It will fall safely. They get one coming back for a second. No. McLean, perhaps not confident she'll get there. Sends back Nation, who is probably a little disturbed, thinking that was an easy 2. Nonetheless, the score struggles on to 34 for the loss of 4. Nation goes up to 7. And it will be Kirby to toil again for the Trinidad and Tobago team, trying to win this one and get some points on the table. Outside the off stump, coming in a bit. And there's McLean driving that one to the offside. Mid-off, comes forward, fields. No harm done. 34 for the loss of 4, Jamaica, winning the toss and batting, scoring at just over 2 runs and over. So there's a little improvement, Monarch. A few hours ago, they were going at 1 point for over, now they're 2. And here is Kirby. A little fuller, a little faster, a little straighter as well. And McLean comes forward, plays it back down the track for Kirby herself to field.
Yeah. But there's still over 30 overs to go. So I think these 2 batters, as I said, need to just consolidate, try to put, don't take any extra risks.
And this one outside just on the leg, so McLean goes flashing, and it will cross the boundary now for 4 runs. So McLean goes on to 12. The Jamaicans score 38 for the loss of 4. We are still in number 18, over number 18.
And that was a good shot that was going down the leg side. And McLean took full advantage and hit it through square leg for 4 runs. 4 well-needed runs for Jamaica.
And Kirby again. Into McLean, she plays that one back down the track. No harm done. 38 for the loss of 4 Jamaica. McLean, she's on 12. Nation at the non-strikers end, number 8. She is on 7. Ferron, Carton bowled by Alexander for 12. Shelton, Carton bowled Kibian, and that one brings McLean forward. Driving out to the mid-on region, she picks up a single. McLean takes her personal tally to 13. It brings up the end of the over with Jamaica 39 for the loss of 4 at the end of 18 overs.
Okay, and these two batters seem to be doing what some of the previous batters didn't do, is that they're not allowing the bowlers to settle. I know each of the new bowlers, Kirby and Mohammed, took wickets in their first overs. But since that, Nation and McLean have, of course, struck a couple of boundaries, including the first 6 of the tournament here in St. Paul's as well. Now it looks like we have a new bowler, and we'll confirm that. Okay, Sugrim, I think she bowled 1 over from the northern end, so she's now moved to the southern end. So Sugrim, she'll be coming in to bowl to McLean. Start of the 19th over in this CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup.
She comes in, left arm round the wicket, outside the leg stump, trying to sweep. McLean, and will it trickle into the boundary? No, it slows up. And we'll have to wait and see if she did get any bat onto it. Yes, it appears as if she did. So that's 2 runs to McLean, takes her on to 15. And it brings up the 40s for the Jamaicans, 41 for 4 after 18.1 overs. And it's Sukrim. She would have had 1 over for 2 runs, her first spell. And here she is again, bringing McLean forward. This time that one just outside the off stump. Sukri moves around smartly to her left to collect. No damage done. Nation calling McLean to say, hey, be careful, look, have a good look at her. Don't practice any indiscretion. We are here to bat all day. We have something like another 30 plus overs to go, so let's have some fun. Sukrim having other ideas. Passes the umpire. That one on center stump, and Sukrim dives to her right, not being able to stop the ball. McLean squeezes another single, 42 for 4. Jamaica after winning the toss and the batting. And it's gonna be Anissa, who's in 4 slip, asking the bowler to perhaps come a little short. 1 slip, backward point. Cover boundary. Cover mid-on. Extra cover mid-on. And here's Sukim again now. Nation going square, driving. Field on the cover boundary comes in, jogs in, strolls in at a fast pace, I would say. Picks up and restricts Nation to just 1 run. 43 for the loss of 4. And Sukrim will again try for her country, and it brings McLean into strike. Here she is, left arm round the wicket. And here is McLean pulling that one off about the leg stump and going for another 6, a little flatter. 6 nonetheless, the second 6 of the game, and it takes the Jamaicans to 49 for the loss of 4.
49 for 4, and we've seen the second 6 at the ground here in the second match. And as I kept saying, there's a lot of overs to go still. There's no need for any impropriety from these 2 batters, Nation and McLean. And justice is, paying off for them right now.
Back clean on 20, getting a little more confident. 22 comes forward, plays that one back down the track. The bowler moves to her left and feels no harm done. 49 for the loss of 4 at the end of over number 18. 19, pardon me.
End of over number 19, and Jamaica is now stepping up their total, 1 run away from that first landmark, the 50-run landmark that is. And hopefully we'll have a good game here this afternoon. I see there are quite a couple of spectators who have come in on the right-hand side. So if you're listening to us, if you're watching, and you want to see a good game of cricket today, just take a drive out to St. Paul's. Of course, there's also games in Warner Park and Connery as well. Lots of cricket being played in St. Kitts at this time, Biff, as Kirby comes in.
And his nation driving a little uppishly outside to the right of Kirby. The mid-on moves around, fields, a single being had, and the 50 comes up for Jamaica. Oh, forgive me, there wasn't a run. I'm getting a little excited and carried away. And it's Kirby once more into nation. She steps back, punches, not being able to beat the extra cover. And the Trinidadians, I think they have been doing a wonderful job in the field. They haven't quite been tested per se. But nonetheless, 49 for the loss of 4. Kirby once more into nation, outside the off stump. She gets back, she dabs it down to the third man. She gets a single, and it is now the 50 for Jamaica. 78 minutes. 3 fours, 2 sixes, 118 balls, Jamaica, for their 50. And they've got to need a lot more 50 to really come into this match, per se. But there's an adage, runs on the board are already runs on the board, Monarch.
Definitely, and no matter how much it is.
And it's Kirby into McLean, short. Kirby trying to whip that one. She succeeds in getting it back to the boulder. And 50 for the loss of 4.
Her timing seemed to be off for the last couple balls that she's played, so let's see what happened. But she looks like a competent batter so far. At the end of the 20th over, of course, and in that over, Jamaica was able to achieve the 50, 78 minutes, 118 balls, 3 fours, 2 sixes. And I think one thing Jamaica and the fans must have in mind as well is that Jamaica lost to Barbados in the finals last year. They scored 118 for 8 in 26 overs because, of course, the game was affected by weather. Barbados made they 118. They actually scored 120 for 2 in 23.4 overs. So we'll wait and see you know, what happens with Jamaica. They're actually aiming for their second win in a row in the tournament. And we have a new bowler coming in? Or this is still Grimon?
It looks like it's going to be a new bowler,
Okay.
and we see some adjustments being made in the field.
And Nation will be facing, of course, this new bowler will get that information for you as soon as possible. But as I was saying, in the finals last year, 100 and
And it's a little challenging for us here, the commentary panel, to pick up the numbers, black numbers against the.
okay, Joseph is the new bowler, and she will be coming in to bowl to Nation.
And here she is, Nation. Drives a one out into the extra cover region, kicks up a single. It's now 51 for the loss of 4. Jamaica in the 20th over. And that single takes Nation to 9, that is, and it brings McBean into strike. That one going through to the keeper. McLean on 22, Nation on 10. And here's Joseph outside the off stump, and swiping at that one is McLean. Forward, trying to get a single. Both batters thinking about it. Nation wisely sending the back. No harm done. The score remains 52 for the loss of 4 Jamaica. McLean, she remains on 23, Nation on 10. Ferron out for 12, Shelton 2, Williams 3. Here's Ramsharak bringing McLean forward. Plays it back down the track. And the score remains on 52 for 4. Warm day here at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex. And there's a little breeze blowing across the field. And here's McLean, goes up his sleeve. Man, that was Kirby coming in a little too high for her, perhaps. Thinking, had I jumped, I might have gotten it. And that one, 6, just clearing Kirby in the long on region. And McLean picks up her 3rd 6 for the match.
Yeah, I mean, that one just went over her hand. I was looking out, and I don't think that she was able to get up in time. So that's the 3rd 6 of the match so far. And as I said, these two are doing a very good job of being patient and waiting for the bad ball to hit. As a matter of fact, they've taken the score now up to what, 58?
58 for 4. And here Shamrock bringing McLean forward. Punches it out into the offside. It brings up the end of the 22nd over. And the score, Jamaica 58 for 4 after 22 overs. McLean 29, Nation on 10.
Okay, and the partnership between them, Biff, is 39. So they're doing a pretty good job of restoring this innings for Jamaica. Definitely they're looking to, as I said, add to their points that they earned over
That's a change again.
in their first game, that is.
And it's going to be Stephanie Sugrim, who is now coming back in from the southern end. She has had 2 overs, conceded 12 runs, and yet to pick up a wicket. Left arm round the wicket. And Nation plays that one. One bounce back to the keeper. No harm done. 58 for 4 Jamaica. We are now in the 23rd over. Sugrim 2 overs, 12 for none before this. That one outside the off stump. Nations takes back and she drives it out into the cover region. She picks up her 11th run. It takes Jamaica 59 for 4. 29 is McLean, 11 is Nation. Coming together when the score was 19 for 4. So they've added some 40 runs, Monarch.
Yes, very impressive partnership, and that's exactly what Jamaica needed at the time both batters stepped to the wicket.
And that was in the 14th over, 19 for 4. A little wide, and where is McLean going? Woofing. Not making contact. And on this, practicing the shot, perhaps I should have been driving at this one instead. That one going to the keeper, no harm done. Sugin will again work for Trinidad and Tobago. A little flatter, a little faster. It brings McLean forward. The score remains on 59 for 4. Going for a little over 1 for over there, a little over 2 for over.
Consolidation, and I think this is a good thing. And Biff, you used the term earlier in the over when you said she was woofing. I don't know if you know. Well, some of the folks know what that means. Do you care to explain the shot
There's the
selection that you were referring to?
There's this Chinese cut where you're playing a shot, the ball comes off the edge. But small is cricket, you see a ball and you just fling your bat as it were.
Oh, okay.
And had she connected that to that ball, it would have been a mighty 6 I would want
But
to suggest.
it seems as if that you're very familiar with that type of shot.
Maybe that is why you can't make the Masters team.
Okay, so we're going to make a switch here. Now we're going to bring back in Mr. McCall and Mr. Edwards to take over the commentary.
See you guys having fun. No fun down there in the heat. It's heated up a bit. And so too the excitement in the game. As McLean and Nation is well into a rescue effort. One attacking, one holding on, anchoring the end. That's Nation's job. And McLean in her ever aggressive self.
The partnership is 42.
You know, good recovery act for Trinidad and Tobago. For Jamaica, sorry. And Trinidad and Tobago just gone flat, the chopping. Getting kind of quiet.
Yes, when we began for the first 15 overs, they were very loud, but with McLean stamping her authority, with some aggressive, mixed aggression, that has stopped, and it's Ramarak into bowl to Nation, who is on the back foot punching into the extra cover region, and there's no run. The score is now 60. The score is 61 for 4. Ramharak to Nation again. Nation just on the back foot punching back to the bowler. and there's no run. And Ram Harak has been very disciplined, very tight, very accurate for most of her spell. And here she is again into ball to Nation. Flighted delivery. Nation is coming forward. There is no run. Fielder coming from the extra cover region, and there is no run. It's 61 for 4. Jamaica batting. There is a partnership now of 42 between Nation and McLean, and here's Ram Harak again bowling to Nation just on the off stump. She has her radar set. It's just on about the off stump, and she varies her pace from there. I find she's a very good off spinner. I like the action, I like the flight, the little loop that she gives occasionally. Nation, she's on 11. McLean 31. Score 61 for 4. Ram Harak into bowl to Nation. Nicely flighted, just on off stump. Nation presenting the full face of the bat, pushing that one back up to the to the bowler. The truth is, Al, there is no need for indiscretion at this time. There's a recovery effort on. They just need to keep batting. Yeah, and out of that 7 runs, McLean would have struck her for 6. And Ram Harak clearly using all her experience, her guile, her skill. Uh, yes, and I think that speaks to the skill and craft of Ram Harak. Yeah, 61 for 4, and Sugrim will continue. Yes, they have been scoring fairly quickly, and a lot of it is down to this batter, McLean, who is just coming forward and easing Sugrim into the cover region. That delivery was thumped down to the long on region for 1. Yes, Sugrim, her rhythm isn't a run, it's more a slow walk in. And it's so funny in cricket sometimes you have persons who fit the textbook in the way they may approach the wicket. The pace bowlers, who they say would be like the Rolls Royce of the pace bowling, would be like a Michael Holding, and others are very unorthodox. But I think Sugrim just has a nice walk in, and then as she gets closer, it's quick steps and she delivers. And here's Nation punching out into the cover region. Nation and McLean, both powerful women in their own right, and both seem to strike a mean ball out. Three sixes. He's bowling a no ball, and we will be having a free hit. Very strange for a spinner to be bowling no balls. Yeah, it's a free hit. So far, the Trinidad bowlers have been very disciplined, and I think Sugrim would not be feeling good about this. She too has been bowling fairly well, and Nation will be thinking where she could score here. There are 4 persons on the boundary. You have a deep cover, long on, mid on, long on and long off, and a deep mid wicket. This one Nation jumps down the wicket, hits it into wide long on for 4. She got close to the pitch of the ball and she just helped it over to wide long on for 4. Again, power coming to play here for Nation. The score now 67 for 4. Nation takes a tally up to 15. McLean is on 32. Nation is on 15. Yes, it's 67 for 4. The partnership, the recovery effort, it's 48. And partnerships are so critical in cricket. At one point, Trinidad would be feeling, hey, we could topple this team over. But there's some rearguard action here by Nation and McLean. And here's Sugrim into ball to McCream. Short outside the off stump. Nation into ball to Nation, feeling that she missed out on a short one, was just chopping it to extra cover where no harm was done. And that brings up the end of the over, Al.
End of the over, it's now 67 for the same 4. Very fantastic effort, rebuilding effort between McLean and Nation. They're building a nation in a clean manner.
So it's McLean and Nation with the recovery effort for Jamaica. 67 for 4. Partnership of 48. We're into over. We completed 25 overs, and we're gonna be looking to start over number 26. Al, is this Ram Harak, or we do have a change in bowling?
The body shape looks a little different. Mohammed is trying everything that she can to break this partnership. See a little bit of sportswomanship where the Trinidad and Tobago fielder is being servant to McLean, tying the laces. Yeah. Change in bowling is Samara Ramnath coming on. She's going to do a little bit of off spin.
Yes, we do have a change in bowling in Ramnath, Samara Ramnath, and she will be bowling to McLean. It appears to be off spin, so it's continuing spin. And there's McLean with a little dab down to short third man. The fielder from the backward point region comes around quickly to field. And the score doesn't change. It's 67 for 4. The partnership 48. McLean, who has done most of the damage, is facing. And bowling to McLean, she takes a quick chip and just pushes this one down to long off, Al.
Yeah, well, McLean is seeing the ball big like a breadfruit. She's reading the ball and chipping out. Quite confident, leaving the crease, stroking it down to outside, on the outside, getting ones. Very confident. Nation on the other is content to play within the crease.
Nation pushes that into extra cover. Would it be a mix-up? Nation is sent back by McLean, wisely so. There was no run there. They have been doing well so far. Nation is on 15, McLean on 33. The score 68 for 4. Ramnath is the bowler, off spin, continuing spin, more spin from Trinidad, and Nation is pushing forward but just stands tall and pushes it on the other side of the wicket, fielded well by Trinidad. And I must dare say, Al, Trinidad has done well in the field, not just bowling. They have been backed up by the fielders as well.
Well, we saw a lovely catch to dismiss one of the batters earlier.
There is Nation slashing that one down to third man. She went, I would think she was looking more to the offside, more to cover region, but that one ran close to the boundary. We do not know if it would have gone into the boundary. The fielder says no, and they got 2 runs. It's 70 for 4, and that would bring up the 50 partnership between McLean and Nation. Nation carries a tally to 17, and the score to 70 for 4. So the partnership came up in just 73 deliveries, 3 fours, 3 sixes, and there's Nation punching Ramnat down to long on, where there is just 1 run. Nation goes to 18, the score to 71, brings about the end of over number 26 it is, 71 for 4, Al.
Ever so often we see the 12 reserve players coming to the ground to make sure that the players stay hydrated. The 12th reserve player went out the field to make sure that McLean has a sip of water. Nation just had some the other day, out there a while ago, and we see the bottles, 1 or 2 bottles, so one of the boundary lines, so that they can come and have a sip, especially the bowlers who are feeling it on the boundary ropes.
Well, it's important, Al. We've been having a heat wave here in St. Kitts. It's been very hot. Hydration will be critical playing in this heat, but I think there are also messages going out to the batters to continue doing what they're doing, taking the singles and where their bad deliveries trying to score. Here is Sugrim bowling a full toss, tucked away into the mid-wicket region for 4. Those are not deliveries that can be bowled to a set Nation at this point in time. Nation who has been batting well, taking a tally up to 22 and the total up to 75.
But it seems if she's taking your early advice, she's prepared to wait for the bad ball. And when she gets a short one, she has no hesitation in cracking it into the vacant regions in the onside.
Both batters are powerful people. They hit the ball well. And McLean showing so earlier, Nation taking the more calculated approach, hitting it along the ground more often than not. And here is Sugrim into bowl to Nation. One just on about center stump, but going further down, taking her on the pad, and there's no run. Picked up by Boyce, the keeper, relayed to mid wicket, and the total 75 for 4. Nation 22, McLean 33. Nation will be facing Sugrim. She bowls, flighted delivery on the off stump, struck up to extra cover, beats the fielder, and they get 1. The score continues 76. It is for 4. Trinidad unable to break this partnership that is building well between Nation and McLean. Nation, who is on 23, McLean 33. And McLean will be facing Sugrim. Left arm around the wicket, she chips down the track and pushes it back to Sugrim, and no harm done. All your thoughts thus far?
Well, it seems it's a tale of 2 cities. The earlier part of the game when the Jamaica batters were tied down, literally tied down, couldn't get the ball from the square. The fielders could literally have gone home because they were just blocking back to the bowler. Now it's a totally different story.
Yes, it's McLean just dabbing that one down to short third man, where Mohammed is firing it into Boyce, who stops any chance of an overthrow. It was a pretty powerful throw. McLean takes a tally on to 34, and this is just showing me, Al, that the batters are thinking. They have assessed the situation. They're taking singles, bad balls, putting away. And Nation will be the batter to face. It's 77 for 4, McLean 34, and facing batter Nation.
To keep these 2 quiet.
Well, yes, I mean, there's absolutely no chirping, and I think the captain, Mohammed, would want to get her fielders riled up again, supporting the bowler a little more, because Nation and McLean are well set, and here is Ramnat to Nation, 1 just outside the off stump, beaten, stopped by Boyce, and there is no run. It's 78 for 4, McLean 34, Nation 23. Ramnat will be looking to make some inroads into the batting, and there is a field change. Captain moving into the slip because of what she saw just now. Here's Ramnat off spinner, just outside the off stump, a bit short. Nation going on the back foot, and just hitting it out to extra cover. It's important that both of these batters stay in the wicket, continue to compile runs and pressure on the Trinidad bowling attack. Nation just defending that one up, and now we're hearing some cheers from the fielding team.
Well, it took a while to bring back some energy to them. Uh, the likes of 3 dot balls, which encouraged them, and beating the edge.
Here is Ramnath bowling a short delivery, but not well executed by Nation, just hitting that straight into mid-wicket, into the lap of mid-wicket. I mean, she could have hit that anywhere, Al, but she picked out the person there in short mid-wicket, and Nation has fallen to Ramnath for 23. The score, 78 for 5. There was a field change. The captain went into slip and moved another fielder into mid-wicket, and Ramnath has broken the partnership that was well built here by McLean and Nation going out caught off the bowling of Ramnath. Caught Ramharak. So it's Ramnath who bowled and caught Ramharak for 23.
Get accustomed. It's the nation of Trinidad and Tobago, and they will have similar names in the nation of Guyana. Waysome.
So it's 78 for 5, Jamaica batting. The partnership of between Nation and McLean has been broken. A partnership of 59, so it's 78 for 5. Incoming batsman is Waysome, number 11. And Waysome will be facing up to Ramnath. She just picked up her first wicket, and it's Ramnath into bowl to Waysome, flighted outside the off stump, and Waysome is leaving that one alone for Boyce to get herself busy behind the stump. A player that I like, that will be Boyce, wicket-keeper, seeing her do some business in the T20s here last year. And this is Ramnath bowling this one just about center stump, and Waysome misses, and the umpire puts his finger up in the affirmative that one is out. So we have had 2 quick wickets here, Al, from early start of 19 for 4. Then some recovery action between McLean and Nation, a partnership of 59. And now we've just had the fall of 2 quick wickets in this Ramnath over.
Well, Tuckett shake his head first and then put up the finger. That one was, from our vantage point, that looked dead on first look. And I'm sure if you look at the camera, it will be dead. Easy call.
So would have been lined up between wicket and wicket by Ramnath. And it's so interesting in cricket. For a lengthy period of time, Trinidad went silent, went quiet as Nation and McLean fought on, and just the fall of a wicket, and a wicket I might dare say that Nation gifted her wicket, in my opinion. Then it brought the fall of Waysome's wicket by the LBW route.
Yeah, well, it was a loose shot when she was playing rather very tight and comfortable. It was a loose shot. I guess it was a short ball with her eyes lit up, thinking that she could put it anywhere. She had many different places to throw it, and threw it straight into the hand of Ramharak, who gleefully accepted, because they were really looking for something to happen at that time, and they got it indeed. Some carelessness by Nation. And now, as they normally say, 1 leads to 2, and 2 may lead to 3.
2 may lead to 3, and that's the thinking that Trinidad would have. Well, really not 3, but 2 may lead to 7. It's 78 for 6, and McLean will be facing. We do have a change in bowling. Is it the captain, Anisa Mohammed, into the attack?
Mohammed is back, and she too has a distinctive one up. They'll hop, skip.
No, it's not Mohammed, but it's a new bowler replacing Sugrim.
So we didn't see that hop, skip, and jump from the bowler, so we know it's not Mohammed.
No, it's not Mohammed. It's another off spinner. Al. It spin, spin, and more spin. But McLean would have pushed that delivery out into deep cover. Um, and they picked up one. So the total moves on to 79-4-6. And Wilmoth will be the new batter. And she will be facing this delivery. It's short and she's tugging it down too long on. Is the new bowler and it's spin. She's bowling off spin. This one to Wilmoth and she's defending that one, number 9. There is no run. It's 79-4-6. Al, the decision to continue with just spin.
Well, that seems to be their strength. I have a lot of spinners listed on this team sheet, including Anissa Mohammed herself. She hasn't used herself much, but she's putting reliance on the bowlers. Probably she'll come in the death to make sure that things don't run away as it is.
And that's really if it gets to the death because they're squeezing Wilmot here. Most of the fielders coming into the circle and Wilmot is on the back foot fighting that one down to long on, mid-off, sorry. And as I would have said that most of the fielders are in the ring. There's a slip, a backward point. Now they're pushing the field out into deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket and a short backward square. Here's the bowler bowling to Wilmot, who is just defending out into the off side harmlessly, and there is no run. Brings up the end of the overall. It's 79-4-6.
A good recovery and then a fight back from Trinidad and Tobago. This game is swinging like the proverbial pendulum. At one point it was all Trinidad and Tobago and then all Jamaica. Now it's fairly balanced with 79 for 6. As we see, trial by spin.
Yeah, it's really going to be an examination of any Jamaican batter here. Early on, Al, you said that the track used on Monday was a out and out batting track, and we looked at this one and you said there was some abrasion and there might be some opportunity for sideways movement or some lateral movement in spin, and we've seen Trinidad and Tobago use their spin bowlers after Alexander would have sent down probably about 7 overs and picked up a wicket. It's just spin, spin and more spin. It's left arm spin and off spin. But at this moment we have Ramnath from the commentary end, and she will be bowling to McLean. Flighted delivery. McLean jumps, hits over the top of extra cover. There's 1 run so far. They're thinking about 2. They are, but they have decided against that, and McLean moves on to 35 and the total to 80 for 6. 36 is McLean, my apology.
Well, the savior for Jamaica seems to be McLean. She's soldiering on. 36 runs, almost half of the total so far.
Yes, she's done so in style. And there is Ramnath bowling to Wilmot, who is defending. Al Wilmot doesn't look as accomplished as a McLean or Nation who went before her.
I noticed that in the first ball she faced, but people like these, they tend to wait for their strengths. Just block until they come to their strong zone. Let's see what will happen.
Ramnath to Wilmot, flighted, and Wilmot is just helping that one over the long off region, mid off region, and she gets 4 runs. I think the fielder may have misjudged that. She should have had a chance for a catch, but she misjudged, and that one was helped over for 4.
Looks like Alexander who came in, or she was brought in.
Well, it has been deployed since Wilmot got into the wicket there.
Leon Cubby it was, who came in but wasn't able to backpedal enough to catch that ball from Wilmot. As I told you, she will be playing to her strengths, which will be an... Oh, and there she go again. This time she's out. She's out, caught in the covers. She didn't stay long.
catch might have been taken by Alexander there.
That one looks like Alexander. Alexander took the catch, and he's calling for drinks.
So it's 84-7 Jamaica. Wilmot going caught Alexander off the bowling of Ramnath for 4. And we are having a drinks break. But the situation here at St. Paul's, Jamaica doing battle against Trinidad and Tobago. They are 84-7. They were at one point 19-4. Then they went with a very good partnership, Nation and McLean, some 59 runs. They took it up to about 78, 79. And then we have had 3 quick wickets. Now a situation of 84 all for the loss of 7 wickets.
It's a drinks break, well needed drinks break. We're hydrating. We would say 96 degrees in the shade.
The shade, you could feel the heat. And Watts is the incoming batter. And sometimes in cricket, you kind of like to ensure that the 12th man or person bringing the drinks are doing their job. So you just oblige and have a drink. And I think that's what Watts did in this situation.
Okay. The groundsmen too did a bit of adjustments. So they were sweeping and painting, freshening up the batting area and the area where the bowlers' feet would land. Watts doing some examination of the wicket. And so they will continue now, continue the Ramnath over to the new batter in Watts.
Well, all we want to look at Ramnath's stats. She's so far bowled 2.4 overs, 8 runs, and picked up 2 wickets. And is this another one that one struck on the pad? 3 wickets. That is Ramnath doing the damage here, breaking the partnership and also carrying on to take 2 more wickets. Watts was defending that one, struck on the pad, but it looked like he was going down. And what Ramnath is going to bowl her final delivery in this over to Watts. She delivers. Watts is defending, and there is no run. And that brings up the end of the over. The score, 84-7.
That was a double bluff because Ramnath pushed back a couple of the fielders. She pushed back the cover to deep cover. She pushed back the mid off to a long off, and mid off to mid on to long on, and then she bowled a quicker one. So one would have thought that she would have looped it up and invite the player to go and test the players, but she tried to fool Watts. It didn't work. Watts blocked. So it's still.
Okay, so we'll have Samaru continuing the bowling, and we'll be bowling to the Seth McLean, who chips and hits this one down to long on. There is one. They're chipping. I really think they should be sprinting those ones out and seeing if they could get 2 where possible.
But I don't think that McLean is that fleet of foot. She's content to play it safe rather than turn for the second one. But at the same time, she should be trying to farm the bowling, and so maybe that's such a good ploy. Because it looks like Watts and people like Watts and Wilmot are not as accomplished as her.
Maybe it speaks to confidence, but here's Wilmot. Samaru bowling to Watts and defending into the onside, and there is no run. It's an examination, a test for all batters in this Jamaica side. How well can you play spin from Trinidad? And it's Samaru off spin, flighted outside the off stump to Watts, who is hitting that one over the top. Is it 6? Is it 4? Did it carry? We'll wait for the signal from the umpire, and it's 4 runs. And I spoke to McLean's confidence in Watts, and did she respond appropriately?
She did, getting 4 of them. Oh, actually, she changed the signal. I think she changed the signal to 6. It went over the boundary, and maybe it was from the knowledge of Watts why Mohammed pushed back the bowlers, pushed back the fielders in the last over. But still, they're just midway through the boundary. They're not pushing them back to Samaru.
Samaru bowling a flatter delivery, and Watts is defending out into the offside. The score is 91. It is for 7. And Samaru will continue. The one that was flighted, Watts struck it out of the ground for 6. But this one is flighted again, and she's looking to hit. It takes the inside edge, rolling off into the backward square region, and they're just chipping a single, settling for one very early. And it's the part of the cricket that I sometimes not very pleased about our running. We are not great at getting singles, and our running sometimes doesn't even suggest that we want to pick 2s up. But here is Samaru into ball to McLean. Flighted, she's chipping, hitting that one straight and hard. Umpire taking evasive action, and that's 4 runs. McLean going to the power. Again, Al.
Power and more power, because the bowler took evasive action too. She's the one who ducked rather than going for the catch.
So McLean was out to kill, not necessarily just to get 4. She was killing anyone who decided to put their hands to that one. And taking her tally up to 40, 41, and the score moves on to 95. Jamaica. Have my apology. It's 96. It is for 7. 31 overs bowled. Jamaica 96 for 7. McLean, who's been carrying the bulk of the scoring, is on 41. But Watts will be facing Ramnat Al.
Watts on 7. Watts coming forward. Watts blocking, pushing out into the backward point area. No run. Ramnat continuing.
So Ramnat will continue to Watts. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. She was looking to hit it perhaps down to mid wicket, and she missed. So Watts Al doesn't look like she's gonna be pushing around much. Another flighted delivery. I would say outside off stump, but I think the shot she played would more get her out than get her runs. Might be advised to just leave that one alone if you're not going to be looking for runs. Here is Ramnat again. This one was better than Watts. She defended. That went through her. Cleanly taken by Boyce. And there's no run. 96 for 7. Watts on 4. McLean 41. Watts is facing Ramnat. She bowls to Watts. This one is on the off stump, but she's hitting it up onto mid-on where there is no run. And Trinidad fighting back after a 59-run partnership between Nation and McLean. It was Ramnat who broke that partnership and also picked up 2 wickets after that, and she's still hunting for more. Ramnat into bowl to Watts. There is defending, and there is no run. Watts, I think, can hold her own. She's made up her mind. If they're flighted deliveries, she's going to look to score. And if they're not, she's going to defend.
Yeah, well, I keep saying that players like those, they have their plan. You play to their strengths. Once you put the ball up into their half, they will go with you. Other than that, they block and defend and hold the end and trust that their partner, as in this case, McLean, will be doing the bulk of the scoring.
It's really simple cricket. It's a matter of thinking out your way and play within your limitations. You're not as powerful as a McLean. You would want to just take your time and give her the strike.
Looks as if you're going to have another change in bowling from the northern end. Definitely this Mohammed this time. Driven into the onside, no run, short wicket. Mohammed comes back. She had 3 overs earlier, 1 for 9. Now she's picking it up, trying to get more wickets, bringing on herself. A swing, almighty swing from McLean. That's 6 and some.
Well, St. Paul's is no small ground by any means. And McLean, every time she's decided that she's going to hit the ball, it's been going a long way. They save one probably that
Milestones.
just dropped over the boundary. They're going over by some distance.
Oh yeah, that's 6 on any ground.
McLean is striking the ball well.
Picked up that well.
She took it from outside off stump.
Crossed the leg, showed the front foot and went with Mohammed.
And here's Mohammed again, flatter outside of the off stump. Mohammed recognized the treatment the ball previously got and decided, well, if you're going to score, you're going to have to score somewhere else. That one went through to the keeper, Boyce. There was no run. And Mohammed is in to bowl to McLean. She chips. She misses. There's an appeal, but I think it was more hope than anything else. I think that was going down the leg side.
Definitely going down the leg side. And umpire Abbott wasn't moved. I think it was more hopeful than anything else. Why Mohammed screamed. She's probably glad that the ball didn't disappear.
McLean's been playing a very good hand here. She's on 47, closing in on a half century. Mohammed would have other ideas, but it's a full toss. Hit out to deep mid-wicket, and it's dropped out there by perhaps it might be Kirby or Alexander.
It looks like Leanne Kirby.
So she still picks up a single, and the total moves on to 97.
The last plan.
It's 103, sorry, for 7. And that takes the total to 104. I would
Come again. In the air, this one will be taken this time. Easy take this time. And what scores? Ramnath strikes again. Another wicket goes down.
It's Ramnath who's been doing the damage. I know Anisa Mohammed is a wicket taker at most levels that she plays, and she would have brought Ramnath on before she took a second spell, and Watts goes for 4 or caught Kirby off the bowling of Ramnath. And the score is now 104 for 8 it is.
I think Watts made 8. Her first scoring one was a 6. And
Oh,
she
it's
had-
8.
Yeah. Ramnath has now some excellent figures. 3 overs, 8 runs, 4 wickets with a maiden inside there. She has a chance for a fifer.
Yeah,
2
and
wickets to go, and she's bowling.
she's in the early part of her spell, and number 13 for Jamaica is going into the wicket, and it's Campbell, and she will be facing the lady who has been doing the damage to the middle order and the lower order, and that will be Ramnath. She takes guard.
Campbell, one of those persons who bowls left, bat right. Let's see if she can bat right.
Yeah,
For the sake of the Jamaica team to push
but
up to a more competitive score.
here is Ramnath into bowl to Campbell, who is defending out to mid-wicket, and there is no chance of a run. And we are here in the midday sun in St. Paul's, St. Kitts, and here is Ramnath into bowl to Campbell, a much flatter and quicker delivery, but Campbell was easily defending that one out to mid-wicket, and there was no chance of a run. There's a slip, a backward pointer, cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a backward square. That delivery just on about the off stump, but just working it onto the mid wicket position where it's fielded. And there was no run. Ramnath trying to get 5 wickets. She's into her 4th over, has picked up some 4 wickets now. And it's flighted delivery, it's just defended out into mid wicket and brings about the end of the over, Al. It's 104 for 8, another maiden for Ramnath. And I would like to hear the figures, Al. You might be able to share them with us.
Wicket maiden at that. It's just 4 wickets for 8 ones. With 2 maidens, 1 being a wicket maiden.
So 4 overs, 2 maidens, 8 runs, 4 wickets to her name.
Correct.
She's
I think it's 3 maidens, 1 being a wicket maiden. The last one just now being a wicket maiden.
all right.
Also that double wicket, at a double wicket maker. As we examine Ramnath figures.
So Anisa Mohammed brought herself on board 1 over. There was a drop catch, a chance for McLean, and now she's brought. It appears to be Samaru back on, and she's bowling to McLean. McLean punches that one out into mid wicket, forward square rather, and gets 1. She moves her tally on to 49, 1 shy of the half century. It's 105 for 8. Jamaica batting, Al.
Well, she was dropped on 47. Now she looks as if she's going to take her time to get to her 50. Notching that one into the onside, taking a single, exposing Campbell. Let's see if it's really exposing Campbell or Campbell can hold her on. Here she comes, knocks it into the onside too, just back with the square, short back with the square. Feeler is there.
And there's no run. Campbell will be facing. It's 105 for 8. Bowler is into bowl to Campbell. That one just about leg stump. She pushes it to mid wicket. And there's no run. So confirmation that the new bowler is Ram Harak. There was Ramnath from the commentary end. Now there's Ram Harak from the southern end. And flighted delivery is just pushed up to the bowler, Ram Harak, who fields, and there's no run. It's 105 for 8, Jamaica. There has been some ebbs and flows in this inning. Jamaica were at 1 point 19 for 4. Then there was a 59-run partnership between Nation and McLean. And now it's 105 for 8. Ram Harak to bowl to Campbell. And there is no run. No harm done. Campbell seems to be holding her own thus far. And I think we'll be doing so with the intention to get McLean on strike to get to her half century. It's Ram Harak bowling to Campbell, and there is no run. That brings about the end of the over. It's 105 for 8. Al McLean is on 49 and Campbell yet to score.
A decent score considering they were at 1 point 19 for 4. And we all thought that it would have been Shuckles and stifling of the batsmen, but Nation and McLean, they were able to break free before Trinidad and Tobago struck back, and so still somewhat evenly poised. We know that the Jamaica team has a good bowling attack as well, so there's enough there to test the batters already, but I don't think they have enough to be confident of victory, but I'm sure that the Jamaica bowlers will put up a fight.
And here is Ramnath bowling to McLean, who is chipping and has done that quite often in this inning. Al, not
Very
afraid to
confident,
use her feet.
Not afraid at all to use her feet.
Well, we're playing against spin, so why not? Can you dance? Can you do the waltz? Can you do the...
And she's doing it wisely too, because sometimes when she's not to the pitch of the ball, she simply knocks it down. Here she is standing in the crease and standing tall out, she gets a single. Steal by the bowler.
And that brings up the half century for McLean, Al.
Well, we can hear the applause, we can hear the applause coming from our teammates, and she should go out.
So she has brought her half century up 50 in 53 balls. She struck 2 fours and 4 sixes. It's Ramnath to bowl to Campbell, who is defending. I think Campbell is looking quite easy, some confidence. Hasn't done anything that would render her any worries. But here is Ramnath flighting that one outside the off stump, driving. She missed, would have gone into the pads of Boyce, and there is no run. It's 105 for 8 Jamaica in the 36th over. McLean is on 50. Campbell yet to score, who is facing, who is defending that one easily out to extra cover to the off-spin bowling of Ramnath, who has picked up some 4 wickets thus far for a measly 9 runs. And Ramnath is off-spin into bowl to Campbell, who is just pushing that one back up the track. Truth is, Al, we've completed 36 overs. There are another 14 overs remaining, and would the Jamaicans be able to bat this out? McLean, who is well set on 50, who has done some damage to the bowling with her power hitting, putting away bad balls, and she will be facing. Do you think they will be able to get perhaps up to the 40 over mark, Al?
If I was a fly on the wall with that conversation, I think that is exactly what they're planning. McLean is telling Campbell, leave the attacking to me. I'm going to score 48 more runs or 50 more runs. My second innings, they gave me a chance. I'll make them pay for it. You just stay here and back me up. Hold the end. McLean, there she goes.
She's
To the onside, dropping short, well short of the same fielder this time. Didn't want to test her a second time around.
that's wise. You would not want to give your wicket away. It's Harak who was bowling to McLean in that instance, and she took a single. To Campbell, who has been intent on defending her wicket well, not taking any chances, leaving the scoring seemingly to McLean. And here's Ramharak bowling flighted delivery to Campbell, who's just pushing, thinking about a single, taking a step, but turning back. It's 106 Jamaica for 8 in the 107 for 8 in the 37th over. Campbell, who is facing to the bowling of Ramharak. It's been spin and more spin since, and that one's down the leg side and signal wide by umpire Abbott. And it's been a disciplined bowling approach by Trinidad thus far.
I think she was trying something just now, Ramharak. She was trying a little leg break from the back of the hand. It didn't work. Trying to fox Campbell.
There it was again, another leg break. It was short and was pulled into backward square for 4 by Campbell. I was thinking earlier that Campbell has been intent on defending, but I think she's basically playing balls on the merit. She got a short one, she stood up, and she helped it behind backward square for 4.
Yeah, she looks a little more accomplished than the 2 that came before. She's probably plugging away for motion.
So it was her first scoring shot after facing 16 deliveries. So she has had a little wait for her first run, but it was well executed. Here's Ramharak coming into bowl to Campbell, who is pushing up to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And Campbell seemingly has her plan well executed. I'm going to wait on you. If you bowl me bad, I'm going to score. If not, we're going to be defending. We have another 13, 14 overs to go, and we want to bat them out. Here is Ramharak again, flighted to Campbell, who is pushing that one wide to wide mid-on, well fielded, a good return as well, and she picked up one. Good cricket all around, Al.
Yeah, I think that was Brittany Cooper who effected that save. He had 4 written all over it before that timely dive came in and saved someone from going on the board. Speaking of the board, I think the scoreboard is somewhat behind. We're trying to get the attention to let them know that they need to update it. So if they are listening on their phones, we're trying to get in touch with you. Score is now 113. Going on by more now. It's a high ball. That no one will get that one. Apart from security.
McLean hitting that one for 6, but seemingly would have injured herself. Al, we heard a scream from her after she would have struck that one out to mid wicket for 6, but she seems to be holding her hip mid section area. Would have strained something. We're hoping not. It's not too serious, Al.
Let's hope so. I think the scream came from her. Even after they struck the ball, but they struck it ferociously. A lot of power. It seems to me that it's like a strained muscle or pulled muscle.
Physio is out attending. She is now walking with a limp. We don't know what the situation is, but the positive thing for the Jamaicans is that she's up.
That's a good sign.
It's a very good sign. I personally would like to see McLean be able to continue because she's been the marquee batter that's far for Jamaica. She's on 56. It's 117 for 8 Jamaica. McLean is having some water and some treatment from the physio, and hoping that she and Jamaica will be hoping that she's able to continue. We never like to see persons injured, Al, but again, she's having a drink and some attention.
Yes, as soon as you got a little painkiller, a little magic spray, a little ice rub, and it looks like she's going to be okay again. She has a big responsibility on her shoulder to pull Jamaica into an area of safety. It's not quite so safe yet. 100 119 for 8, with just 2 wickets intact, one more person in the shed.
So McLean is 57. She has been doing the bulk of the scoring. She had a wonderful partnership with Nation. They built back the Jamaican nation's interest in this game, and it's 119 for 8, and McLean looks like she would continue. You could tell there is still some discomfort, a slight limp, because she struck that ball so powerfully out to mid-wicket for 6 and might have been her 5th of those towering 6s. And it brought about the end of the over, and it's 119 for 8. Ramnot, the main destroyer to the Jamaican innings, will continue. She will be bowling to Campbell. Ball on the off stump and worked out to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Will Campbell be able to hold her own? And she has been doing so. Took 16 balls to get off the mark. And she's 5. And this is a flighted delivery taking the outside edge. Did it, or might have taken the pad?
Both, I think. Hit the edge and then went onto the pad.
Did it fall short because she's still batting?
Fell short of Mohammed.
Okay, it's Ramnat into ball to Campbell outside the off stump, just pushing the pad and letting it go harmless through to the wicket keeper boys. Ramnat continues, and I know it will be difficult to get the ball out of her hands. She is bowling to Campbell, a little shorter delivery, and she pushes to extra cover. Liam Kirby fields, and there's no run. And Kirby is going a little closer in, thinking that maybe she could. And this one is defended out to mid-wicket, and there's no harm done. The beauty about spin, they're getting through the overs fairly quickly, and it's been an all-out spin attack for the last 15 overs or so.
Yeah, that's why they're able to get you so quickly. It's spin and more spin.
So it's another maiden sent down by Ramnath, and we're going to have a change in the commentary positions. We're going to have a return of Mr. Troy Mills and our legendary Monarch coming into commentary. It's 119 for 8. The situation is 38 overs bowled, Jamaica batting.
119 for 8 Jamaica. after winning the toss and the batting, no doubt wondering if that was the correct decision. However, we won't know until the innings of the Trinidadian would have ended. It looks like it's going to be a change in the bowling. Alexander, she has had 6 overs, 16 runs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket so far. Dead ball being signaled by umpire Abbott of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 119 for 8 after 38 overs. Jamaica doing much better against the Leewards. They were able to clear 121 in 24.2 overs. And they are now after 38 overs, 119 for 8. It's going to be Alexander to McLean, and McLean goes trying to pull that one, not connecting, goes to the mid-wicket region, and there's no harm done. McLean, she's on 57. Campbell taking 16 balls to get off the mark, and she's on 5. Some adjustments in the field. We have a third man backward point. Somebody on the cover boundary. Extra cover made off. Long on. Forward square on the boundary. And here's McLean pulling that one down to the long on. She gets her 58th run. And it takes Jamaica to 120 for the loss of 8. And it's some adjustment again in the field. The short third man being asked to drop back. The cover being asked to come in from the boundary. And the 45 being asked to drop back on the fine leg boundary. And it's Alexander. She steams in, passes the umpire. A little short outside the off stump, and Campbell trying to drive that one through the offside, not making any contact. She remains on 5, 128 for Jamaica after 38.3 overs. And a little breeze here blowing, keeping us a little cool, and it's Alexander again, a little fuller. Catches her right in front, and she goes up for an appeal, and she's given out LBW. Campbell, LBW to Alexander, who picks up her 2nd wicket. Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, 120 for the loss of 9 after 38.5 overs.
Okay, there you have it. Good afternoon again to all of our viewers and listeners. And coming back just in time to see the fall of the 9th Jamaican wicket. Number 20 is heading out to join McLean, who has made an impressive 50 today. White is the last batter. She's going out, as I said, to join McLean, who has made an very impressive 50 today. And I was just checking the stats, Biff, just to compare the 50s. So the first 50 took 118 balls, whereas the second 50 only took 78 balls. And that's, of course, because Campbell, with her 4 sixes, contributed. McLean contributed to that effort. But here comes Alexander once more to bowl to last batter, White.
White, first delivery, comes forward, plays it back down the track. Some applause coming from the pavilion, perhaps for it being a good ball by Alexander, perhaps for it being a nice defensive stroke by White. But the score remains on 120 for 9. Jamaica, after winning the toss and the batting. Alexander, full of fire, her last ball of this over. And here is White playing it back down the track. It's the end of the over. Successful over for Alexander, conceding 1 run, picking up a wicket. So she has now had 7 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, and she has picked up 2 wickets.
All right, well, good going so far by the Trinidad and Tobago team. But of course, as you know, they're saying cricket runs on the board is runs on the board. So Trinidad will definitely have to make these runs that Jamaica is putting up now. We're in the 39th. The 40th over is actually coming up right now, so there's still 10 overs to go as we take you back live again.
And here is McLean pulling that one over to the mid wicket, 1 bounce into the fielder. She'll pick up her 59th run, and it takes the Jamaicans 121 for 9. McLean goes to 59.
Yeah, and one would have thought that this fielder would have been a little bit more aggressive in attempting to take that catch, because the ball was in the air for quite a long time, and she waited for it to bounce. But I guess she wanted to make sure that she kept it down to only a single.
And it's Ramnath from the pavilion end, outside the out stump, and here is
This looks like
White
4 runs.
pulling down to the fine leg region. Will she get 4? No, it stops just inside of the boundary. Hustling for the second one, thinking about the third, but the old adage again, run the first one hard. The field being a bit on the slow side, only being able to pick up a couple wide. She gets off the mark, and Jamaica now 123 for 9. McLean continuing her fine form. She was 33 not out against St. Kitts. They ran out of runs against Leewards, pardon me. And here she is, 59. And her 50 came from 53 ball, 87 minutes, 2 fours, and 4 massive sixes. The only sixes on this ground. And here she goes, whacking and wiping, trying to play that one. Looks like in the long off region, coming off the top edge. And the first slip, is it Mohammed? Just tippy-toeing, using all of her height, plucking that one out of the air. And it's Jamaica, all out 123 for 10. And it's the end of their innings after some 39.4 overs. Jamaica all out 123. And I'll dare say McLean perhaps giving it away, wanting to get on with it maybe.
Well,
showing a little indiscretion, I thought.
Absolutely. I thought that maybe she would have worked with the last batter in trying to add some more runs. As it stands now, they're just three more runs than they actually made to beat the Leeward Islands here on Monday. 123 all out in 39.2 overs. Did I get that right? 39.4 of overs. So, but an impressive innings from McLean, though. I mean, she in the final analysis she struck the ball all over the ground. Without her innings today, not sure where the Jamaica would have been, but so good innings from McLean, and the Trinidad team now is coming off the field following the umpires, and so we'll have the inning break. I'm not sure whether or not
The umpires are discussing that.
they'll take lunch, but I'm sure we'll get updated later. And don't forget, of course, today there are other games that are taken.
Before we go to the honor games, Monarch, Ramnarat, she would have gotten a fifer. She would have had 7.4 overs, 12 runs, 5 wickets, as confirmed by the scorer. She would have had a few maidens, 4 maidens, Ramnath. So wonderful figures, 8.4 overs, 4 maidens, 12 runs, and picking up a fifer. Quite meager indeed with her bowling.
Oh, definitely. In very interesting so far. And if I'm not mistaken, well, I don't think anyone got 5 wickets on the first day of the tournament. Did we get
Yes,
anybody?
a
I know we
Jamaican.
had two with 4.
I think a Jamaican did get some. Selena White,
Selena White, yes.
Yes,
right,
she got a
right
fiver.
medium 5 for 31 of
8.4
8.4
was
overs.
correct. 1 maiden, 31 ones, 5.
Yes, and Vanessa Watts
White, she had a
off
4
break.
for.
She took 4 for 23 off 8 overs as well.
Correct.
In that game against the Leewards where they made 120. But back to
And we're hearing perhaps the first hat trick. Someone took a hat trick this morning.
yes.
Someone at the game,
Well,
first hat
the
trick of season.
last score I saw for the Leeward Islands, they were 43 for 8, and Kiana Joseph had taken a hat trick. Let me see if there are any more updates from any of the other games.
And while you look at that, we're bringing you live coverage of the CG Insurance West Indies Cricket Board's 50 overs, female 50 overs. This game being played at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex. Jamaica winning the toss and the batting, not faring that well. 123 all out of 39.4 overs. McLean giving it up at the end, I thought. She was 59. She came in at number 5, and one Jamaica would have hoped that she would have stayed there, and with another 11 or so overs to go, probably squeak another few runs, maybe taking it up to the 150, but that was not to be.
Well, talking about McLean, she scored the same amount of runs that the Leeward Islands scored in their match.
Wow.
I'm sorry, against the Windward Islands. They were bowled out for 59, and the Windward Islands made 63 for 2.
So very, very early there before lunch.
To win that game. I don't know. I'll have to talk to Trent about how he assigned these games, you know. See,
Close
it was
to
if we're here for the long haul.
the longer matches, yeah.
For the long haul today.
But nonetheless, we are enjoying it. Lovely sunshine. The
And a cool
small,
breeze.
yes, small
Cool.
roller being used, a bit of sweep into the pitch. And the Trinidad and Tobago, after doing half of the job, skittling out as it were the Jamaica team. Well, perhaps that might be a strong word, restricting them, limiting them to 123 for 10. But we know
This is the coffee we'll be using. That'll decaf stuff, you roll it up.
We're about to witness the start of the second innings, where Trinidad and Tobago are giving chase to 124 for victory. And immediately, I see a question being asked. Again, we see the streaks coming early in the game, and the clapping, confident that they will defend this total. We have the opening batters for Trinidad and Tobago, Saw, Sau, and Ramnath. Ramnath, the non-striking batter. There's a figure of drives through the one side, a good-looking drive. Somewhat of an Android taking the part of the bat, looking for two, and they get two. It's kind of close, but they got home safely in the end. Scored 2 without loss. I think this is White. And they're asking a question. White is pleading. Selena White asking, but Miss Abbott, the umpire, is not at all concerned. She's just looking over to her partner, indicating that that was 4 balls. Probably respond to what time it is rather than how is that. White again, a bustling one, come up to the wicket now. Back goes Saw, blocking. Ball bubbles out to the onside, just in the region of mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. It's 2 without loss. And the first over, giving chase for to 124 for victory. They have all of 50 overs to do so, all afternoon, no hustle. It's White, the top of the mark now comes in. White comes in, she dabs it down to the backward point area. The Jamaicans change over quickly. First over ends with the score on 2.
2 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 124 for victory. It was White who bowled the first over and was extracting a little more pace than what we saw earlier. She's a lot taller, definitely stronger shoulders, and has good rhythm as well. And we see the other bowler in number 18. And that will be spin. And we saw Trinidad deploy almost 30 overs of spin against the Jamaicans. And number 18 is Watts. She will be bowling to Ramnath.
Well, Taylor has learned her lesson early. Spin did the trick for Trinidad and Tobago. So this is what will happen here. Back and across goes Ramnath. Gentle spin, not bite and turn, not much bounce. Easily negotiated. A dot ball to begin her spell. Watts, she comes in again. She'll half the skip. And she's asking for a leg before she gets it 2. The first wicket goes with the score at 2. Trinidad, 2 for 1.
2 for 1 it is. And Watts was bowling that one just about middle and off, and Ramnath would have missed it, and umpire determined that that was adjacent, and that's the first wicket for Jamaica. And it will be number 70. Strange enough, Al, the most obvious number and name on the shirts of the Trinbago players for me today is Windies boys. I just, for some reason, couldn't pick up the numbers of the other ladies, but Windies boys taking the crease. I'm not afraid to say it's a player that I love to see play. I saw her effecting some really good runouts in the World Cup, in the T20 last year, and I saw her play a little innings that I was very impressed with, and would be one of my favorite players in this team.
One thing I can say is that most of the players have their hair back, and their hair kind of interferes with the number. Boyce, on the other hand, has her hair tucked up, and so the number is very, very clear.
It's very visible.
Boyce and Sao have two players like that, but the others, like Mohammed and Ramharak, they're here to interfere with the number. Glad to see. And they're asking again for a caught behind the stem. Tuck it. Did not approve on that occasion as Boyce came forward, pushing at it, feeling for it. Wasn't so confident. The ball left her. Watts hitting the strikes right away. She has 1 wicket. No run. In come out again. Boyce strokes it nicely out into the cup region. Well fielded.
There's the obvious bubble in the field from the Jamaicans, Al. After they had picked up that wicket, there is chirping, bubbling noise.
Slip is in. They're asking for defensive comes Boyce. Stays a while for the Camels to take a few shots and allow the ball to read the full face of the bat.
Yeah, Boyce looking quite easy here so far. Watts, though, hitting her spots, picking up her line, doing well, looking good, flighting that one, and Boyce is easily forward again. I think she may have almost misjudged the line, though.
Where the Jamaicans are excited for almost every ball. Almost every ball they scream and shout. They really think that they have a chance at defending 123. And so far they've started well. 2 overs, 2 runs, 1 wicket.
You're defending 123, and it's important that you continuously pick up wickets, and picking up a wicket in the second over is a good way to go. And White will continue, and she will be bowling to Sao.
Sao drives, takes the outer part of the bat, goes down to a whitish third man. In the last match, Waysam, who's in that third man position, opened the bowling with White. And so there must have been something that Taylor picked up to open the bowling with 1 pace, 1 spin. Here she comes again. Boyce knocking it down to the same position. And so 2 singles to start the 3rd over with White. Probably looking to come a little closer to the off stump as the batsman was able to lean forward and just nudge that ball into the backward point area, roll down to third man, Whitish third man.
Yeah, that was Boyce, and she's getting off the mark, Al, because she didn't score in the first game.
Must have made her a little nervous.
Trinidad doing a wise thing here, looking to rotate the strike. This is the 3rd single in this over, 2 of them going down to third man, and in this instance, Sao would have just eased it down to fine leg.
Well, it's going on both sides of the wicket. It means both sides of the wicket means that White will have to tighten up. Here she is, doing exactly as I asked, putting her one just outside off stump. Does not entice Boyce anyway. She comes forward and shows the arms. Allow that one to go through to Ashida Williams. A drive, pleasant drive into the offside from Boyce. Picked up by Ferron. Sharp feeling by Ferron. Here is White up to the wicket now. Outside off, some of the cut into the same area, same fielder involved. White, Boyce, Ferron. White, Boyce, Ferron. Repeat of the action. End of the over. Score. Watts will continue in this the second over. We have on the scoreboard 5, a total of 5 for 1. The wicket taker being Watts. She had rammed that leg before wicket for a duck in the first over. Let's see if she'll get any success in this second over. Here she comes. Goes to Ramlet, a drive into the onside, just going down to backward square leg. White is down there. No problem for her. Fields and fields cleanly. What? We're hearing the chirping going on still. Here comes a square caught. Or a little misfield, and the batters go through. They get the single eventually. A little bit of mix-up. What's the theory on running on a misfield?
You shouldn't. But Boyce was backing so far up that she got home easily.
There might be opposite theories. Misfield means a chance for a run. She was looking for it anyway. Here comes Watts. Broad face for the bat. Offered by Boyce. Pushes it into the cover. No run. Ferron fields. Watts. Up to the wicket now. Bowls again. Comes forward Boyce. And bending on that one. Broad face of the bat. No run. 6. 6 is the total. Over number 4. Jamaica urging on their bowler. A little dab, but straight down to backward point from Boyce. No run.
I think patience is the name of the game for Trinidad here. No need to take risks. Look to rotate the strike and make your way to 124. Jamaica, though, will have other ideas. And Watts, who's bowling fairly well, brings about the end of the third over. The score is on 6 for 1.
Noval, the last time you recommended patience, Jamaica ended up at 19 for 4. I would take your advice with a grain of salt. I think it's time in these early overs especially, look to turn over the score. Look for these ones, knock the ball into the spaces, use soft hands, use the wrist, and try to guide the ball into the soft space. You have to keep the score ticking over, because this is what pressure did to Trinidad and to Jamaica when they batted.
Well, I don't think it's that they took patience. Maybe they misunderstood what I was trying to say. Meaning not to take risk, but do rotate the strike. That is what is required. Singles, twos. And if bad ball presents itself, you hit it away. But there is South defending to White.
The scoreboard doesn't move. It remains on 6 for 1. I'm not the batter going. Open the face of the bat, guiding it down to Waysome on the third man boundary. That has been the route of scoring for the last 3-4 runs. Opening the face of the bat, going down to third man. They're trying to plug that little cap, that little ply that they're using, but it's not working. Watts coming to our right, then going to our left, but whichever way Watts goes, the ball seems to go the other way. Here is White, up to the top of the mark. Again, she comes outside off some coming forward. Oh, and they're asking if that was an edge. No, there was no edge. But she had Boyce tickling at it, feeling for it outside the off stump. Should be well advised.
I think it was a good delivery, really. Caught Boyce between two minds, and she was comprehensively beaten, I think. And White will continue to bowl to Boyce. And Boyce is driving at that one outside the off stump, taking a thick edge and running away to the third man boundary for 4. Waysome was unable to cut it off. And Boyce, I think, did not middle that one. It was a genuine edge, Al. Was not close to the keeper. Had there been a slip, they may have had a chance. But that one, running away into the third man boundary for 4. Boyce, not afraid to take the challenge to drive here, Al.
Intelligent edge, I would say. An edge that doesn't find a pair of hands. It's a very intelligent edge. In fact, it found the boundary.
Very intelligent.
Excellent edge.
Yes. Are we?
now, short outside the off stump. Boyce is back, pushing it out to cover. Ferron, she seems to like to go to Ferron. And the score ends now with the score on 11-11 for one. Boyce and Ramna trying to consolidate things. And at the same time, we'll have a change here in the commentary booth. We'll be back in Mr. Troy Mills alongside Monarch.
Loss of one, Trinidad and Tobago, trying to get to 124.
Yeah, we'd like to welcome back, of course, all the listeners and the viewers to see the run chase by Trinidad and Tobago.
Shaw pushing that one out to the off side. Here is again, standing tall, trying to whip that one in the offside, not connecting. The ball going to the keeper. 11 for the loss of one. Trinidad and Tobago. Surge of 124. And here's Watson to Sock, allowing that one to go through. It's going to be Watts into Sock, comes forward, plays it down the track. No harm done. Sashi remains on 5. Boyce is on 6. Way to the 5th over. Way to the 6th over. And what's changing? She's going right arm round the wicket to Sock. Different angles, different adjustments. Outside leg stump, bringing Sock forward. Plays it into the onside. It's the end of the over. Boyce on 6, Sock on 5. 11 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago surge at 124 for victory.
Yes, and we'll await, of course, to see what the outcome of this game is. The sixth over you say has gone, so 6 overs so far, and the scores.
One. Sock is on 6. Boyce is 5. And 11
And White will again continue to bowl as a dead ball.
the ball being signaled by the umpire.
She will be coming into ball to Boyce. Jamaica seemed very cock-a-hoop, taking a wicket in the second over. And there goes Boyce pulling that one down to a White fine leg for a single. So the score now moves on to 12 for 1.
And White is going to go 4th over. Here she is again to Sock. Sock likes that one. This is passing between bat and pad. Moves to the keeper. Sock remains on 6. Boyce is on 5. Boyce on inside line. And that one going through to the keeper. No harm done. The score remains on 12-1 in the 7th over. It's going to be White trying for her country once more. A wide being bowled by White, 13-1. Here she is again, White, into bowl to Sa. Outside the off stump, Sa comes forward trying to drive that one to the offside, not making any proper connection. And the score at the end of the 7th over, Trinidad and Tobago, 13 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Well, you know, in cricket, Biff, I mean, you know, when people are commentating, they talk about different things, right? And we just had lunch. And
Which
so,
I enjoyed.
well, that was going to be my question. How did you enjoy your lunch?
Sorry to prevent you asking that question.
And I know they had chicken and pork.
And fish as well.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming you had a bit of both.
I stuck with the chicken actually.
Oh, okay.
And it's once again into boys. First ball of the 8th over.
Well, I had the pork. I wanted to taste pork for the first time.
Another dot ball from Watts. And getting 124 for victory in 50 overs all the time. And here is Boyce coming forward. Watts still going around the wicket.
And Boyce looks very comprehensive and elaborate in her, forward defensive shot.
And again, Boyce looking closely, perhaps thinking of a single with that mumble, but that was not to be. The score kept on 13-1. Boyce 6, Sa 6. Ramnath going without scoring. And it's now Boyce Watts going back over the wicket. Boyce pushing that one out to the cover region. She's kept on 6. Score is kept on 13. And the Jamaicans encouraging Watts. Would like to get another wicket. And here's Boyce getting back, looking to drive that one squarish. And she does so. But she doesn't beat the fielder at backward point. It's the end of the 8th over. Trinidad and Tobago, 13 for the loss of 1, a maiden over.
Yes, and Trinidad is making incremental. So Trinidad is making incremental steps towards the total. It looks like we're going to have a change of bowling at the other end. And we'll let you know who that is as soon as possible. But we're getting ready for the 9th over here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Trinidad chasing 124 for victory.
That one keeping it low. You're hearing the ows and the oohs and the ows. Goes to the wicketkeeper. And that is Waysome replacing White. Here she is with her second ball outside the off stump. Saw just allowing that one to go through to the keeper. No harm done. She remains on 6. The score remains on 13 for the loss of 1.
Is it,
Trinidad and Tobago.
is it me or does she running like a Andre Russell? Let's take a look and see if maybe my glasses are fooling me.
And here is so trying to drive that one. Actually, she drives, but straight to the fielder in the cover region, not picking up any run. A very smooth action indeed. Waysome. Here she comes again from the southern end. And that one a little fuller. And playing it one bounce back to the keeper. The bowler.
Yeah. And it and it yeah. It would be interesting to see a batter play to the keeper.
One bounce to the keeper. Yeah, that's possible, but that wasn't the shot there. And this one outside the off stump, and here she goes, driving again, squarish, getting it to the fielder, moving a bit to the left from the cover region. And the score remains on 13 for 1. And we're in the 9th over. Waysome passes the umpire into shot. A little fuller coming forward, driving that one into the long on region, mid on region, pardon me. And it's the end of the over.
So a lot of well-timed shots, but all these shots are going straight to the fielders. What I think the batters need to do now is to try to adjust some of these shots. Maybe slow down the ball, get into the fielder, or going on the right or on the left, because it's important to keep the scoreboard turning over. I mean, that's the end of the 9th over, and the score is 13, following a similar trend to what happened in the Jamaican innings as well. But we'll wait and see. Looks like we have another change of bowler down on the northern end. Number 9, Wilmoth will be coming in to bowl, and she seemed to be medium pace as well. All right, so and Boyce would be the one taking strike from Wilmoth. 13 for 1. We're beginning the 10th over.
Not being too happy with her run up Wilmot, aborting.
No, she just meant to prove me wrong.
Third man backward point, cover, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, deep mid wicket boundary, and the short fine leg. That's the field for Wilmot. As she goes into Boyce, Boyce goes back, sort of dabs it into the offside.
Looked like that one kept a little bit low though, because she had to crouch a little bit in the end to get her bat down on that one.
Here's Wilmot once more. A little fuller, more on leg, and Boyce turning it into the offside. Fielder runs off from the mid-wicket boundary. She picks it up, sends it in, but Boyce was able to run through for a single, takes her personal tally to 7, and the Trinidad and Tobago score 14 for the loss of 1. It's Saw this time standing tall, playing defensively back down the track. Wilmot fields. Saw remains on 6. Boyce on 7, 1 wide. And Skipper Taylor just giving a few words of instructions to Wilmot. Here she goes on center stump. up, playing it back down the track.
Yeah, lots of encouragement from the feelers though, which is always a good thing. Um, Not sure who the bowler is, but she may be new to the team, and so they're encouraging her as she comes in once more.
A little shorter. Try to get a little bounce. That one got a little higher, but saw plays it out into the offside. And she's kept on 6. And the breeze this afternoon, Monarch, a little better than this morning, I'm thinking.
Yes, it is. It's not as humid as it could be.
Short outside the off stump and saw trying to penetrate the.
Yeah. And again, another couple of shots that is going straight to the feelers. I think the batsmen need, the batters need to make some kind of adjustment in relation to, I mean, you know, there's always this discussion that there's a lot of balls that West Indian batters, you know, use in these limited overs games because we're boundary hitters. So let's see what happens. As I said, boys seem to be very confident. Didn't make any runs in the previous game. Let's see.
Wilson again into boys. And that one is short, moving down the leg side. Did she get a clip on this? At a peel, how is that? Something happened, yes. She came off the pad. There was a half-hearted appeal.
Yeah, well, I think that's the technique to try and prevent the umpire from calling a wide
Confuse the umpire.
in the event that it didn't touch the pad.
And it is a trick definitely used by players. And it's Waysome again. This time into shot, he takes it the edge, and the wicketkeeper moving to the left. And by the time she came back to the right, the ball was passing her down to the third man. A little fortuitous, some may say.
It looked like it dropped before her, before it got to her, though. So, I mean, all she probably could have done would have been to save the single, which happened in the end because since the previous over, where she got the 4 down to third man, there's a third man right on the boundary now as one of the 2 feelers outside the circle.
It's a little straight. And here is Boyce going straight overhead. Will they get 2? Yes, no. Very wise perhaps in the end. A bit of good fielding there by the Jamaican. And Boyce only able to squeeze 1 out of that.
Well, I mean, I think that's because they're probably not running the first run hard enough. I think Boyce was probably ball watching instead of, you know, attempting to get the second run by running hard on that first single.
And this field at St. Paul is not the quickest of fields, the outfield. And here is Waysome Shaw, perhaps a little indecisive. Should I come forward? Should I play back? In the end, caught in no man's land and beaten comprehensively, being bowled. Trinidad and Tobago losing their second wicket, 17 for the loss of 2.
Well,
Saul goes back to the pavilion, having contributed 7 runs, being bowled by Waysome, who picks up her first wicket.
So there's the second of the opening batters heading back to the pavilion. And Biff, just to be politically correct, you said that she was in no man's land. I think it's no
correction.
woman's land.
Of course.
She was
Nowhere land, as it were.
It's the second wicket going down for Trinidad. So the both innings seem to be taking the same trend. Boyce, however, looks very solid, and I think once she stays there, though, with so many overs left in this game still, I think once you have 1 or 2 batters stay, just like McLean did for the Jamaica side, I think the 124 should not be that difficult for Trinidad to make. So we have a new batter in.
Yes, Janabi Joseph.
All right.
And she looks up, Waysome pitches that one up. She comes forward, pushes it into the onside. No run. Score kept on 17 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago. In search of 124 runs for victory in all of 50 overs. A few more wickets here and it could be very interesting, Monarch. And Waysome, that one on the leg stump going down. Allowed, well, a half-hearted appeal, more in optimism.
Looks like that was definitely doing a little bit too much. Looks like it dropped on maybe it was pitched on the middle stump going down the leg side. And I know the Jamaicans are enthusiastic right now about anything that can be anything that's close to looking like it can give them another wicket, because I guess that's what they're in the game for. Nation will now take strike in the 12th over. I'm sorry, not Nation. That's Boyce. Boyce will take strike. Where did I get? Yes, well, she's from the nation of Trinidad and Tobago, but her name is not Nation. Her name is Boyce.
And here's Wilmot into Boyce. A little short, and she goes trying to pull that one through the onside. Who's and ahs coming, and she missed. The wicket keeper not quite collecting cleanly. But the Jamaicans, they will be motivated by that.
I think the oohs and the ahs you heard was such a bad ball. It should have been flying into Theo's window down in St. Paul's.
The good thing about bad balls is they do get wickets.
Sometimes they do.
And it's Wilmot again into Boyce. And that one pushes up a little short, and she cocks it into the air, both wicket keeper and bowler. And is there going to be a run out at the bowler's end? Yes, she's out. Boyce run out. The ball trained. I'm not certain what she tried to do with that shot, but she more or less popped it into the ear. The wicketkeeper and the bowler ran after it, Monarch.
Well, I hate to say that the umpire's curse, is getting worse today, because I just said that she looked solid and that she could stay there. She scooped this one in the air, on the leg side, right around where maybe a forward short leg would have been. The other batter, Cooper. Cooper looks like she's going in now, number 35. But as I was saying, she scooped the ball in the air on the leg side. The other batter, the other batter saw Joseph was actually on her way down because there was no feeler near the ball, and of course Nation started to run. It was too late. Boyce started to run. It was too late.
And she not being the quickest of persons.
And it was a good throw as well, because sometimes that could defeat the energy by sending in a bad throw. But yes, there goes the third wicket.
Third wicket, 2 quick wickets, and the game is shaping up a little differently.
And the score is 17. Well, Jamaica were 19 for 4. Yes, Jamaica were 19 for 4, and that's what I keep saying. The innings are going eerily very similar. So we'll wait and see exactly what happens. 120 seems to be par again.
And here is Joseph pulling that one, beating the fielder running around from the mid-wicket boundary, goes into the square leg, backward square boundary for 4.
Yeah, well, going back two balls, that's exactly what Boyce wanted to do, because our bowler now is bowling quite some very short balls, and she doesn't have any support in the backward square leg boundary area. Well, now they're shifting the fielder around to the right.
Leg.
Square leg, sorry.
From the cover boundary to the square leg, and it's Wilmot into both to Joseph, who has just gotten her first run, that 4. And she defends that one.
Where? 4, 4, 4. 4, yes, it was a 4. That's a dot ball just down.
With Wilmot. She's into her second over, only conceded 5 runs so far. And it's about the third time she's about in her not too comfortable. Yeah. And that one beating her this time, going straight to the keeper, and the oohs and the ahs and the hands on the head. Perhaps Joseph saying, what are they talking about? I left that one alone.
Oh, it could have been that the ball left her alone as well.
But there was some
That's
leaving.
Correct.
And that also leaves her at the crease still. And it's Joseph who is on 4 to face Wilmot, the final ball of the over. A little shot, and she goes pulling, inviting her to pull, but pull with some control. One bounce. The field at forward square on the boundary, running backward to retrieve. At the end of the 12th over, it's now 22 for the loss of 3 Trinidad and Tobago.
So that leaves Trinidad and Tobago with 102 runs. And this is, you said, the 12th over, so 38 overs, which is should be quite comfortable. But sometimes, you know, these small scores give teams quite a lot of trouble. And that seems to be what is happening here this afternoon here in St. Paul's. What I noticed, though, is that there are lots of hats blowing all over the place. So looks like we're getting an even stronger breeze now coming in from the ocean that we're looking straight out at.
And it's Mason. And that one is punched down to the third man region. Will only get her around Joseph. Takes her personal tally on to 6. And that of the Jamaican team, 123 for the loss of 3. It brings Cooper into strike. And the Jamaicans, they were 19 for 2 in the 12th over and 19 for 3 in the 13th over. We are now in the 13th over, so the score is somewhat on par, but however, the Jamaicans were 19 for 4. And that's a full toss. Will it be signaled above the waist? Yes, full above the waist, full pitch above the waist, and no ball. And it's going to be a free hit. And the score advances to 124 for the loss of 3. That is the score to get 124, and they're only 100 away. That one is short, and here's Cooper pulling, and she'll get maximum for that. Effortly, Monarch.
Well, good utilization of the free hit, and the bowler didn't do herself any favor by pitching it right there on the leg side, and the batter was able to swing away down to mid-wicket and gets the first 6 of the Trinidad innings. So the score now moves up to 30 for 3 in pursuit of 124 in 50 overs. Waysome has the ball again, and she will be coming in to bowl to
Cooper. Cooper off the mark with a 6. And she looks up. She sees Waysome deliver. When that one going down the leg side, call and signal the wide by the umpire. Takes the score on to 31.
Yeah, Waysome seems to be losing the plot in this over so far. She's been going further and further down the leg side.
And here she comes again into Cooper. Just about center stop, jumping down the leg, and Cooper coming forward, glances it around the corner, picks up a single, does Cooper to take her to 7, and it advances the Jamaican score to 32. The Trinidad score 32 for the loss of 3 wickets. And the breeze, as Monarch spoke about a little earlier, it's becoming a little stiffer, a little cooler. And here's Wasom again, this time into Joseph, who gets back, trying to power that one squarish. Not in quite control. She picks up a single, going in the backward point region. Score advances to 33, and Joseph goes up to 7. It brings Cooper, the taller of the two, into strike. Field goes quiet. As Wasom, just on center, moving down leg, tickles around the corner by Cooper, gets another single. She goes to 8. 34, the score is for 3. And it brings Joseph, the shorter of the two batters, into strike, sporting the number 47 jersey. And here is Wasom pushing back Joseph, who plays defensively onto the onside, a little oohs and ahs, thinking about were that to have missed the bat, maybe an appeal, but it brings the end of the over. At it, the Trinidad team searching for 124 for victory. They are 34 for the loss of 3.
34 for 3, and we do have, is this the same bowler or a new bowler? We see bowler marking out her run here.
This is the same bowler.
Same
yes,
bowler,
very
I guess, just remarking her run up. But Trinidad and Tobago definitely looking to get on the table. They, of course, were defeated by Barbados in their first game. And, of course, Jamaica looking to advance in this game as well to top of the table along with Barbados if
And Windwards.
they can beat the Guyana team today. And the Windward Islands, of course, yes.
And here is Wilmot, bowling to Cooper, who comes forward, pushes it into the onside. No harm done. Yeah. We're into the 14th over, and Wilmot outside the off stump. And I did hear something. I don't know if it came off the pad. There was a little, how is that? Not as vociferously as some persons may be very confident.
Well, it was only coming from the keeper. She was the only one who appealed. I don't think the bowler was interested in that appeal at all.
And it's Wilmot from the pavilion end. Full toss outside the off stump, and Cooper comes forward and more caresses that. Gets into the cover boundary. Elegant looking shot. Not a lot of effort.
Well, I mean, looks like a misfield. The ball went through the fielder there in the covers. Went through the fielder in the covers, but an elegant shot off a slow ball from Wilmot.
And Cooper, she goes on to 12. She's looking in fine nick, very comfortable, not troubled so far. And that one a little fuller brings Cooper forward. She basically comes down on that one and appeal more out of sheer optimism than in anything else. And umpire Tuckett just signals to umpire Abbott at square leg that there are 2 balls remaining in the over. It's going to be Abbott again to work for Jamaica from the pavilion end. That one center moving down leg. Cooper guiding it around into the short fine leg region, picks up a single, takes the score to 39 for 3. Cooper's personal tally goes to 13, and Joseph remains on 7. And it's Wilmot. A little fuller, again on leg, going down. And Joseph just taking it out as it were, back with a square. They amble through for a single. It brings up the end of the over. 40 for the loss of 3 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago in search of 124 for victory. And we effect a commentary change here at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex.
Certainly an evenly poised game, and as John was saying in the background, both teams are going parallel to each other. Eventually one will have to take the edge, as I'm joined by Noble McCall. Abbott just indicating that there will be a change in bowler. But
That might be Watts.
Might be Watts.
Yeah.
Coming back from the northern end. Watts was successful earlier, picking up the wicket of Ramnat leg before for a duck. Let's see if she can do any more. We had one out of one out. And one was bowled. Watts. Well, caught well. She should get one. At least 2. A bit of confusion. A chance for one out? No. As Taylor tried to effect the relay, but by that occasion, the batters had already sought out their confusion and gotten back to safety. Joseph, the striker, bases now outside the off stump, she allows it to go through. Williams takes cleanly.
It looks very close to a wide there, Al.
Very close to it.
But the umpire is in the best position to determine that.
Still within the tram line, but close. Loop stop. Joseph comes forward, explodes an impossible single. Goes back to her crease eventually, as she just nudges the ball into the onside. Oh, and a second chance, second attempt, another wicket goes. This one is Joseph, who clipped it into mid-wicket. So the 4th wicket going down.
Nation is the one taking the catch, Al.
Nation, the catcher, and the bowler Watts. I did say Watts caused some damage.
Yeah, she took the opening wicket, and she basically had that one just about midland leg and inviting Joseph to hit through the mid-wicket region. And she just managed to hit it straight to Nation at short mid-wicket. And she took a very simple catch on the second chance, really. But it was a simple catch, and Joseph goes for 10. And spin, again doing the trick.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We did say at the start of the game that it have something for the spinners with that amount of stubble on the field.
The ingoing batsman for Trinidad is Liam Kirby. And she will be facing up to Watts. And Trinidad and Tobago in search of 124 for victory of 42 for 4.
42 for 4 indeed. Bit of scoreboard pressure. But now the Jamaicans, to be fair to them, they went on the field with a ton of confidence. From the moment the first wicket fell, they haven't stopped chirping and encouraging each other. And we could see attacking fields all over from Steffi Taylor. Utilizing her spinners, she brought in a spinner immediately to open the bowling rather than Waysome and White, the two pacers, and the deploy has worked so far.
Yes, and Trinidad, the Trinidad team will need to keep their head, but here is Watts to Kirby.
Kirby coming forward, just nudging it into the onside, just back of the square. No run. Still 44 for 4. Watts hops up, goes forward. I hear a cut, and she's asking for a cut behind. It's non-existent. End of the over. The fielders change over. If you're a betting man, who you bet on, Novel, for this game?
I will leave that one to the Lord. I wouldn't bet at all. It's not a game we can call at this stage. I think it's hanging in the balance, to be fair. Jamaica were 19 for 4, and Trinidad and Tobago are now 42 for 4. It's not the worst position to be in, but it will require some batting, some level-headed approach to claw their way to 124. Truth is, the Jamaicans boast a fairly decent bowling attack, and
Wilmot continuing. Into her 4th over is Wilmot. And you see Taylor continue with pace from one end, or medium pace from one end, and spin from the other. I think that's the way she started, and that's the way she's continuing. It's bringing dividends so far, particularly the spin.
And I'm wondering if Watts is the only spinner in her team, because Watts began from the pavilion end and changed her to the southern end. And but pace and spin, it's been working for Jamaica.
Wilmot. Shot, pulled, but not very far, not very effective. Didn't get hold of it.
I think the reason for that is that Kirby lifted her head a bit too early. And fortunately for her, maybe it's a good thing she didn't get hold of it. It may have been one of those that would hold out to the deep mid-wicket position. And but that was very, very short by the bowler there.
Well, you can see Taylor now indicating that toe, that the ball fell by her toe. It was that short. Carry it up, she said. Carry it up. Let the pitch do the work. Here's Wilmot missing her run. And Cooper. Ready for her, but just play continues now. We have Wilmot up. Oh, and that one creep through everybody. It's a bye possible. They went through for the bye. Smart thinking by Kirby. That one it barely eluded the stump, and the wicketkeeper made a mess of it. Kirby spotting the opportunity for a single, dashed down and pulled out Cooper out of the blocks, and they were able to get a single. Everyone is precious. Here is Wilmot. Kirby will be advised to come off of her hunches when the ball is bowled. She's doing that now. Short, tucked into the outside, possibility of a single. Still asking, no, just into the cover region. Nothing doing.
Just for discussion, it was at this phase, the 4th wicket stage, that the Jamaican team made their rearguard, their partnership that proved so important. Would this be the partnership that Trinidad will depend on to get them closer to that 124 mark?
And coincidentally, it was the number 5 batter for Jamaica, and also the number 5 batter. Oh, a full toss. Dealt with in a way it deserves.
It's also a no ball, waist high no ball, and that will also affect a free hit. And there it is, the number 5 batter, Kirby, is the one who seemingly, or number 6, is the one who dealt with that one, gave it the treatment it deserved. But let's see what will happen on the free hit here, Al.
Free hit, a chance for Trinidad and Tobago to move on with the scoreboard, an inch closer to the 124 mark. It's Kirby going to face up. Let's see how she'll deal with this one. Wilmot losing, missing her mark. Probably trying to psych out the Leanne Kirby to see what she will do. Whether she's going to back away or come across or come down. 2 balls, 15 over. Here's Wilmot. And she swings down to mid-on. No run. A very good free hit indeed by Wilmot. Was up under the bat. Didn't give her enough room to lift it. All she was able to do is hit it onto mid-on.
May have been a bit more effective, Al, if she had chosen to use the full face of the bat rather than go across it.
Close back, yeah. Says the off-spinning freight train. Again, another full toss. Dropping in front of the wicketkeeper, Williams. And this was another no ball. And therefore, there will be another free hit. Milestone 50. Being posted by Trinidad and Tobago. Almost halfway there. They got a chance now to inch even closer with this time a free hit. Last time they got no runs on the free hit. Let's see what Wilmot will do. Wilmot is there at the crease now, bowls, swings back down the track. And this time they get at least a single because the fielder there, as Ferron, had to move to her left.
It's 52 for 4, 16 overs bowled, and we, at this stage, we're having a drinks break. And Trinidad, I think at this stage, I can almost say they might be in a slightly advantageous position.
Yes, I was going back to you to tell you that imagine that you're walking down a dark alley and a man with a gun comes up to you and says, choose. Who's going to win this game?
I'll ask to borrow the gun.
You'll kill him instead.
Yeah.
I mean,
the game is tight. It's really hanging in the balance. But to be honest, at this stage, 52 for 4 from 16 overs, based on the amount of overs left in the game, with the right approach, I would put Trinidad in this slightly in front.
There you go. That is what I was looking for. Trinidad with the edge at this time. 52 for 4, 16 overs being bowled. Jamaica, they have another plan. Plan being hatched by the messengers, the managers that's on the field, as well as Stephanie Taylor. They are huddling and they're discussing what exactly they will do. A little motivational chat and a shout, and they're ready for business again.
What is obvious about Jamaica, though, Al, they haven't waned in their confidence. They still have maintained that confidence. They still have maintained supporting the bowlers. They're still very much believing that this is a game that they can win. Trinidad, they are simply going about their business, in my opinion, in a fairly professional manner, dealing with bad balls where they get it and continuing to rotate the strike. And hence the reason I feel at this stage they are slightly in front.
I would want to agree with you too. All of 34 overs, you're not hustled, not pressured into playing aggressive strokes. You can be patient in the way you ask them to be patient. Look for singles, drop the wrist, soft hands, and deal with the bad balls when they get them. For instance, you had a 1 or 2 no balls you can depend on, and the free hits, you go aggressively, overly aggressive. And then that should bring them home. But
Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and we saw Jamaica team having a very big partnership of 59 between McLean and Nation, and then it was a flurry of wickets right after that.
and they're going to continue with Watts, who has 2 wickets to her name. Watts to Kobe. Kobe is forward, pushing it gently. This is what we're talking about. Money single. The player is in position, but playing the ball softly means that she would have to run to get to the ball. Meanwhile, you're halfway down the pitch. Pick up and then throw. That's the next half. But
By that time, you're in.
Correct. The Trinidad and Tobago team, when they fielded, their field was much tighter than this.
Is it maybe a situation where they trusted the bowler a little more, being able to be tight, being able to hold tight lines, bowl tight areas?
Well, they had to be trusted because if they tried to penetrate the tight field, they ended up playing bad shots.
That's correct.
That's what happened. Drive, a gentle drive, not very far. That's Watts bowling. Watts to Cooper. Pitney Cooper facing up. Rocks back, slams it down to mid-off. Not such a clean feeling, but effective. Prevented the run. And again, they're clapping. Almost everybody clapping. Trinidad and Tobago almost halfway there, and almost half the wickets down. It's Cooper and Kirby leading out into the offside, into the cover area. It seems as if Ferron is a specialist fielder in the cover. She has only taken up that position for the entire match so far.
And doing a good job there as well. Al, I would want to throw something out to you. Is it that Watts is the only spinner in the Jamaican setup? Do you know of another spinner in their team? As spin has done so much of the damage today, do you think there's someone else in the Jamaican team who could come and try and tighten things using spin for the Jamaicans?
Based on my knowledge, it looks as if Stephanie Taylor is the other one, but I'm well advised that Stephanie Taylor may be nursing a back injury or recovering from back injury. Oh, there's a mix-up, and here's another wicket. Run out, Kirby, celebration all over. Between Cooper and Kirby, mix-up, confusion, argument, vexation.
Yeah, I'm not sure there was a single on there, but Kirby certainly believed there was, and she charged down the wicket. Cooper stood her ground, and Jamaica was able to effect a very easy run out. And here we spoke about a partnership being built and wickets starting to fall, a partnership being broken. I mean, at the end of the day, we talk about running singles, but this is the second run out for Trinidad, and the first one was Boyce, and I thought it was something almost similar. Boyce was standing her ground, and then she chose to run afterwards and did not get in. In this case, Kirby decided to come down, and Cooper didn't move, and this brought about the fall of the fifth wicket.
Well, with the fall of the fifth wicket, you may want to review a decision as to it is in favor of the batters because your top half gone. So you're down into middle order batters going into the tail.
Middle order batting, and the captain for Trinidad, Anissa Mohammed, she comes to the wicket, and she should be able to hold her own. But in terms of where the game is at, I still think it's in the balance. I wouldn't say Trinidad is ahead. I would say we are equal.
Okay, you're getting what you asked for. Another spinner coming in. This is Campbell, we're number 13. Campbell will be bowling to Anissa Mohammed, the incoming batter. The captain, Mohammed facing. Here comes, and she swings her into the onside, down to backward of square. Should be at least two, but they were only able to manage 1. 1-1. 55. 54, sorry. A bit ahead of my time. And with that sort of offer from Campbell, immediately the slips was dispensed. You now have a backward of square, a deep backward of square, up short. Shelton is what they call cow corner in the mid-wicket area. Ferron has disappeared from the cover. It looks as if Nation has taken over that job.
All by the looks of this field, Campbell is bowling left arm leg spin,
Yes.
but the field doesn't suggest to me that there's a lot of confidence in what she does.
She had a terrible over in the terrible spell in the last match, and so I think they're trying to buy a wicket using her. This one is pulled and pulled hard, finds the gap, giving Cooper 4 ones, 4 handsome ones.
Yeah, a deep backward square, and just 3 persons roaming the offside field. It's a pro onside field for a left arm leg spinner to a right hander.
It might be confusing for somebody like you because if the person rocks back and able to slap that ball into the outside, there are lots of ones to be gained there, to the left or to the right of point. This time she's pulling. The ball is so short, she could literally pull it anywhere. But Cooper, solid in defense.
I think that a lot of the batting.
Ball goes straight out to long off. She gets a single. One more one. 64 for 5. Just past the halfway mark. They just lost their earlier. They lost their 5th wicket. So half the wickets gone and half the ones gone. Even Steven, we would say, evenly keeled. Slight adjustment in the field or change of mind. Mohammed it is this time, facing up. Gets a white one, she slaps it to the outside. Good stop.
And that was Campbell,
Campbell,
affecting
yeah.
the fielding there.
No run. Score remains on 64 for 5. And she comes again. Asking. And Taylor. Just a while ago, we saw her going through the motion of bowling, wondering if she will come in, but this time it looks like she's beckoning to one of the medium pacers to do some damage on this end.
Yeah, and it proved what you said right earlier, that the Campbell move was really probably trying to prize a wicket out from Trinidad, rather than she being one of the main bowlers. And now a change in bowling in number 11, Waysome coming back into the attack, and I think she will be one of their strike bowlers. Is that so, Al?
Yes, definitely she's one of the strike bowlers. She took a 5 for in the last match, and it was in her second spell that she picked up the wickets. In her first spell, she was a little bit steady, fairly steady, but in the second spell, she was really bang on in that first game, using the older ball. Here she comes, up to the wicket now, bowls, and Cooper is slapping it out to the offside, a little misfield. They're able to get a single.
Yeah, and I think Waysome needs to get her length right, Al. She started short just now, and Cooper is already set, and that will be a bit too easy for her. She needs to try and find that in-between length, a little fuller length, rather than being on the shorter side.
Here is Waysome making another field adjustment. Backward square goes way back on the boundary. The other person way back on the boundary is the mid wicket. And we also have one down at third man. Waysome up bowls outside the off stump. Very close being a wide. Just touching the tram lines. And see Tuckett is looking at it keenly and decided to give the bowler the benefit of the doubt. In comes mid on. Waysome runs away from us again. Up to the wicket now. Mohammed just coming across, blocking full face of the bat in the approved manner. Then walks away. Regains some composure, concentration. Trying to make this a long game. The longer this game goes, the better it is for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I think so. They would want to use as many deliveries as possible, getting as close as possible. Here's Waysome.
Straight bat with an angled face. Nestling the ball into the outside is Mohammed. Here is Waysome, turns up to the wicket, bowls foolish delivery, gentle coming forward. Again, push it into the offside. Shelton, the extra cover area brought into action. Once again, give his way some. Keeping it tight, keeping it steady. Up to the bat, almost in the black hole. Played well by Mohammed. Dug it out. End of the over. .65 for 5, 20 overs gone. All of 30 overs to go to get 60-yard runs.
Yes, it's 65 for 5. I think the keynote here is the 5 wickets that are down. If Jamaica to break this partnership, they will be thinking that they are much closer home and have a better chance. The longer this partnership stays together, I think it's the more damage it can do for Jamaica. And Trinidad would be finding themselves inching closer to the 124 mark. But we are not there yet. It's 65 for 5, and Cooper is facing up.
Again, she tries to drive that, and they're hesitant on the single. Eventually, they change their mind. But it was similar to the two shots that she played in the last over. A little on-drive. One she went straight out to mid-on. The next one, she clipped it through the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket and got 4. She tried just now, but the ball was too much up on her. Here he comes again. Back on across. And well across too. Leaving the ball down the track. Cooper making her Shandapal adjustment. Just the head, the tips, faces up again. Drives well, clips it, should be 4. Had 4 written all over it. That's her favorite shot, I would say.
She's pretty good on the onside. She drove well earlier between mid-on and mid-wicket along the ground for 4. And that one was full, and she just got forward and clipped it to backward square for 4 all along the ground. And this is what I'm talking about, hanging around, using deliveries, picking up singles, and in doing so, you would be able to keep the scoreboard ticking and get yourself closer. It's 69 now for 5.
Oh, and that one was through her. He's asking, she's claiming, they're asking everybody. They're asking for a caught behind, they're asking for a stump. They'll take anything at this moment.
Yeah, I think the bowler was really beckoning for a caught behind, and I think it went close to the edge, but I don't think she got one. And the umpire in the best position agreed with me that wasn't the case. It's still 69 for 5, and I think the reason why they were beckoning to everybody is that that's the wicket they really want to get, Whitney Cooper.
Yes, I was about to say that when you say break the partnership is one thing, but if you get Cooper, you have a better chance of getting more into the tail, and if she stays there. Here they come again. Caught. Should get runs. It should the gap. Not hard enough to hit to the boundary, but it should be 2. As Taylor gets onto it now. On the arms, the throwback. Cooper is moving along nicely. With those 2 runs, she goes on to 32.
Total to 71.
Same number. Batting at 5. Shot boy. A cover drive, but not enough power. Again, they will get too easy, quite easily. She's not striking the ball too hard when it goes on the offside. She's just merely caressing it and getting 2s rather than boundaries.
Yeah, she's using timing more than anything else to the offside. Not looking to take any risk, not looking to overhit the ball, so to speak. When she gets anything on middle, and leg, which clearly is her strength, she can easily get it to the boundary. But I think Cooper here is playing a brilliant hand. She's on 34, and she has been able to get the total up to 73 now for 5. And Jamaica must be thinking hard, how can we break this particular partnership? And more so, not the partnership, but to try and get Cooper out, because she's the one scoring. Mohammed is doing her job. She's holding up the next end.
and doing a good job at it. She's the captain. She knows her responsibility. Here comes Waysam to bowl to Mohammed. Drive outside the off stump, asking for a cut behind. No, says Carl Tuckett.
Again, I think that was inching very close to the wide mark, but Tuckett seems not to be an umpire who is quick to signal wides on the offside.
And they're trying to get to the score was then I'm saying for people walk forward and ask them to answer me, please, because they got the wrong score. When they reach over there, call me, please. Walk over
This
the
one.
scoreboard, they got the wrong score. Call me when you reach over there, thanks.
Pushes it out to the offside. No run. 71. Score went up to 71 with that last flurry from Cooper. Here comes Mohammed. Showing way some full face of the bat. She is batting like a captain. She's batting like she listened to Norval McCall. There's no rush. Plenty overs. Wait for the bat ball. It doesn't matter if you bowl 2 or 3 maiden overs, as long as you're still there. Oh yes, looking good, looking straight.
Mohammed is just doing what she's supposed to do. Truth be told, the deliveries are not really there to be scored off, and she's not intent on taking any risks. I'll defend until you bring me something that I want, because I think they're a little bit ahead of the game right now, and the Jamaicans really need to prize a wicket, and she will have to be mean about this and not giving her wicket away, staying with Brittany Cooper, who is scoring very easily, and if this continues, it can be an easy way home. I did say that Trinidad was ahead, bearing in mind a wicket can change that very easily.
So true, and the wicket of Cooper in particular. But at the moment, I think they're down to 59. Let's do the maths. 71, 53, sorry. 53 for victory. 53 for victory, I think, at this stage. A drive, a pleasant drive, but straight to the field out in the cover area. Down the leg side, helped into the leg side, looking for overthrow, and they will get it too as the ball ricocheted from the fielder. Can I get a third? No. 2 runs.
So Al, this is where Jamaica needs not get bored. If you're bowling dot balls, there's no need to try anything. They're blocking you, allow them to block, because no one's been scored. And I think in this case the bowler was just trying something. She got fed up of being pushed into the offside. But you really have to stick to it. You have to be very deliberate about what you want to do here. Keep bowling the dot balls, keep bowling, don't try anything. And in trying something, Mohammed was able to work it around on the onside, and that proved what should have been 1. They got 2.
Yep.
Runs you could ill afford to give away at this time.
At this stage in particular. When the runs required inching down, you could ill afford that indeed. White to continue. White ups bowls, tucks down into the onside just by the umpire. In fact, Tuckett is running away from the ball. Nation comes around to field. 1-1 to Cooper.
She's 35, Mohammed 3, score 76, 4-5. So less than 50 required now, Al.
Chopped, an attempted chop, ball went beneath the bat into the hands of Williams.
I want to throw something here, Al, into the mix. There is, at this stage of the day, it's fairly hot and there's less breeze blowing than it was earlier. and Jamaica would have their pacers
How's
into
that?
the business, and
And
the
that,
finger goes up in the affirmative, and Mohammed missed one. Just one that she missed. She's been defending well. That one would have been pitching in line, and the umpire went up into the affirmative, and that's LBW. The score now is 76-4-6.
Well,
So-
perhaps she has the confidence in Alexander, who comes forward and plays it cautiously
I know.
into the offside. And,
And-
that's one positive thing about,
And stuck,
positive thing about
and stuck to
Alexander.
the pose after she, played that. But as you say correctly, Trinidad definitely need some points, and they're working towards that.
They have all of 25 plus overs to get. And Alexander coming forward, punches it out into the offside, taking 2 steps down, looking at Cooper, who's not at all interested. And perhaps Alexander batting with some confidence. If I'm not mistaken, she's the first Trinidad and Tobago player not to be wearing a helmet in this game.
I love Viv Richards.
And here is Mason pitching that one up a little fuller. Full toss coming off the edge into the offside, the onside, and no harm done again. 1 run from 3 balls so far in the over. 6 overs to Wason. Wason, before having 6 overs, conceding 18 runs, picking up a wicket. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're in no rush. And looking at them batting, that's exactly what's happening, Monarch. Easy as a Wednesday afternoon. And it's going to be White again from the pavilion end. Passes umpire, took it off Nevis. And that one coming in, there's an appeal, but bat onto pad, pad onto bat. That's always a question persons would wonder about. I guess only the review system would tell you what was the case. It's the end of the over. At the end of 25, halfway through the overs, Trinidad and Tobago 79 for the loss of 7.
6 wickets. Definitely one looked like it kept a little bit low and rushed through, rushed through and clipped the batter, Alexander, on the pad. Loud appeal, of course, from Jamaica because, maybe they're starting to feel as the to get goes down, mid 40s, below 40. They may feel as if that they're falling behind. And especially with Cooper still the mainstay of the Trinidad batting. And she's looking as solid as a rock. So we'll wait and see. Number 9 is now bowling. That's Wilmoth. She's changed ends, and she's going to come into bowl from the southern end with is this the Caribbean Ocean behind us?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Atlantic.
This is the Atlantic? Isn't the Atlantic supposed to be bad? Atlantic is in, well, the line crosses in Deep Bay, doesn't it? There's a line that separates the Caribbean and the Atlantic.
From my geography,
Uh-huh.
it tells me that Deep Bay, that's where the division between Atlantic and Caribbean.
Yes. And it's
We'll
one.
get back to that as Wilmot brings Cooper, who punches that one into the onside. She gets her 38th run and the
Okay.
80th for Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. Well, I think both of us were chastised because there's a geography teacher in the room who says that we're looking out at the Atlantic side of the ocean.
I will yield cautiously to that. And it's Wilmot short outside the off stump. Alexander rocking back, trying to play that one into the offside, not connecting.
But I do know, though, that there's the demarcation line almost in Deep Bay where you can actually, and the tourists do go there. That's one of the stops that they make on their routine trips through the island, where they stop to see where the Caribbean and the Atlantic Ocean meets.
Perhaps. And it's Wilmot again. Into ball to Alexander, who turns that around the corner. That one was going down the leg side. She helped it. Alexander gets off the mark. And she's now 1. She takes the score to 81, 81 for 6 Trinidad and Tobago. One that one. Alexander, forgive me, Alexander, that's Cooper who will be facing when she comes forward, walks it around the corner into the mid-wicket. They will have to hurry and they do. Alexander, Cooper looking for a second. It's not there. So she'll have to settle for just the one Cooper. And she calls the Trinidad and Tobago score 82 for the loss of 6. We are in over number 26, Mona.
And 42 runs to go with 4 wickets in hand. But as I say, with Cooper there, I think that Trinidad should sail. Okay, and
Here is Alexander punching that one in the offside. They're getting one. They're going to get 2 comfortably.
well, is it me or did the fielder got their hands on that one?
Well, perhaps it looks kind of
I
close.
don't see the kind of panic you would see when, normally you feel as if someone should have made a better effort in taking the catch. And of course, Jamaica right now needs wickets. 41 runs to get for the Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, yes,
And
the
4 wickets to take.
the equation is getting smaller.
And Wilmot into Alexander. Gets up straight, plays it back down the track. And it's the end of the over.
Yeah. And while we're waiting, of course, for the next over, I'd love, of course, to tell the folks who are watching and listening, of course, of all the great stuff that's gonna come. That's gonna happen. That's happening in St. Kitts for the summer. I mean, we call it the summer of fun here in St. Kitts, the Leeward Islands Masters tournament coming up at the last week in this month, May 26 to 28. With weekend, we have the Green Valley Festival out there in Keon, along with Breaking Dawn, St. Kitts Music Festival, June 22nd to the 24th. And we have 11 out of 29 acts, 11 local performers out of the 29 acts on the St. Kitts Music Festival as the bowler comes into bowl.
And here is Cooper playing it to the cover meet, and she'll just pick up.
And she's probably getting close to her 50 right now.
That is on 40. She takes her personal tally to 41 1/2. Playing the anchor role similarly.
Well, she's the one standing between Jamaica and victory right now.
She's putting on a clean performance. Someone had to, and she's doing a good experience. And here is Mason, Alexander coming forward. There's the one, perhaps off the set, but there was some oohs and arms picking up a single.
And I think they're doing the right thing. I can see a little bit more urgency in the running right now. I think for most of the match, it was just a casual single. No one was forcing the fielders off their mark.
And all people say 1-1 full basket. And here's Raysom a little fuller in the block hole.
Yeah, I think young people say the same thing as well. Just that they want the 1-1 a little quicker than the older folks. You know what I mean?
Well, at this stage, Trinidad and Tobago being patient, they're going to come. They have something like 23 overs left, 120
For
something balls.
40 runs.
For 40 runs, so.
Yes. 38? 38 runs needed. Okay.
And here's Cooper coming forward, playing that one back down the track. Not in any rush, will not be rushed. And then at this stage, do you really try and contain, or do you try things to get a wicket?
Well, I honestly believe that you have to get wickets. Because if they continue to allow these batters to get 2, 3, 4 runs and over, I mean, by the time you know it, they would only require, 10, 15 runs with the same 4 wickets intact.
But do you try to buy a wicket? Do you try to bowl tight to contain.
Well, you buy,
or
you buy, you beg, you borrow.
Once you get the wicket.
Once you get the wicket.
And here is Cooper driving beautifully, but not being able to beat the bowler.
Okay, and it seems as if that we're gonna have
Drinks break.
drinks break. Well, we don't say the water cart anymore because there's no water cart in cricket anymore. But yeah, I was mentioning the St. Kitts. I was mentioning the St. Kitts Music Festival, of course, which is the major entertainment activity in the summer here in St. Kitts. And some of the big name entertainers are going to be here. So if you're listening to my voice, now is the time for you to follow your heart to St. Kitts for the St. Kitts Music Festival. This is our 25th anniversary. And the headliner will be, of course, Burna Boy. Do you know who Burna Boy is, Biff?
That's the boy who's burning up the charts. Who's from South Africa.
He is. And talking about that, of course, there was a soca invasion in Ghana that just completed over the weekend. And St. Kitts was well represented, of course, by DJ Terror, who is from Point, not Sandy Point.
Well, we can't keep everything. If we keep everything, we won't leave anything for anybody. So we give some things here and there.
But yes, I mean, but and for the Caribbean folks, for folks who like soca as well, Kess and the band will be here. Patrice Roberts. We're talking about locally Grandmasters, Statics, New Vibes, Mr. Bagnall, Byron Messiah, of course, who is burning up the charts now with his song Taliban. So there's a lot that's going to happen, of course, for the St. Kitts Music Festival, the 25th anniversary. It's moved back to Warner Park from the Athletic Stadium, the Kim Collins Stadium. It's moved back to Warner Park. And of course, for the dancehall acts as well, dancehall and reggae, you got Coffee, you got Chronics.
And they seem to have actually caused some excitement with our colleague McCall.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, and guys, of course, the players are taking a water break right now. I hope that is politically correct, but yes, the Leewards, I think that's the only score that I've seen so far. Leewards were bowled out for 59, and the Windward Islands made 63 for 2. So the Windward Islands have been perfect in their both of their matches so far. And okay, so it looks like we're ready to restart the action. Cooper is on 41 looking for that 50, and she's ably supported by Alexander, who opened the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. She's going to be facing, that's Alexander, and the bowler is Wilmot coming in from the Caribbean. What's it? The Atlantic Sea. Yes, but I don't know. Somehow I feel before the end of these games down here, we're going to be calling it the Caribbean Sea.
And here's Wilmot. Alexander comes forward, plays it back up the track. And the score remains 86 for 6. I've known some textbook to be incorrectly printed, containing errors. And I'm not talking about the Calypsonian from Trinidad, Pink Panther, I think it was, who said the misprint me Calypso. I'm not talking about that type of misprint. I remember mathematics in fourth form.
That's a great Calypso,
They're
by the
walking
way.
out. Yes, it is. And it's Wilmot again, into bowl to Alexander. Alexander coming forward, trying to turn that one around the corner. There's an appeal.
I know, but I like the look of Alexander, not necessarily in terms of her correctness in terms of stroke, but she seems very busy, and she's not about to allow any singles to go by. So we've had 2 run-outs in the inning so far, but she looks very busy.
And here she's dabbing this one down to the third man. She will pick up a single. That takes her to 5. And it takes the tally for Trinidad and Tobago, 87 for the loss of 6.
And she's only on 5, but she's so busy that you know, you could have mistaken her score for 15 instead of 5.
Exactly. She has a very upbeat work rate, notwithstanding many of the shots may not be scoring shots. It's Cooper coming forward, turning that one around the corner again. That's about 10 singles coming off that area.
And they're playing very sensible. This is sensible cricket. I don't think there's any need to attempt anything big. You know, because that could cause the fall of a wicket. I think if a wicket goes here within the next couple of overs, it now puts probably Jamaica back into the ascendancy as it relates to who will win this match today.
But I'm thinking if the skipper wouldn't want to bring in somebody on the 45, there's a
Or try
Fine
spin
leg.
because the Trinidadians, you know, most of their Trinidad and Tobago, that is, most of their wickets went to spin.
and it's Wilmot again into Alexander, who stands tall literally, plays that one with the straight back down the track. Wilmot feels to her own bowling.
And as if she continues to drop that ball short, I mean, you know, Connor could be in trouble.
And a very quiet afternoon. Both dressing rooms quiet indeed. Here is Wilmot once more. Alexander trying to turn that one around the corner.
It's a wide.
Signal.
Yes. So that's one extra added to the total here, taking Trinidad and Tobago closer to that victory that they so desire to get onto the table.
It's going to be Wilmot again. She comes into Alexander, who goes forward quite defensively, not looking to score on that occasion, and very intelligently so, because she knew it was the last ball of the over, and she would want to give Cooper the strike.
Yeah, but is it me though? She, as I said, she looks a little bit. She looks a little bit. You know, I know, unorthodox. That's the word that I wanted to. She looks a little bit unorthodox in her forward defensive shot, but it's proven to be effective so far because she's still there. And what's the partnership between these two right now? We're gonna get that information for you in a while, as we have a new bowler, and looks like we call for spin, and now we're gonna get spin. So Campbell is coming into bowl.
Is it a case that they have that confidence in her, or as we were saying earlier, they're trying to buy a wicket?
No, she's wearing lucky 13.
Okay then. She has had one over, conceding 6 runs. And here she is from the pavilion end. Loops that one up. It's going to be a wide. Welcome to the party. Giving away a single. The score inches further closely to that century mark in the first instance. 90 for the loss of 6. Here's Campbell pushing that one up. Just about leg and a diving save, as it were. Is that McLean in the short mid-wicket, stopping any chance of a single?
It's a beautiful on drive from
Cooper.
Yeah, she's really looking solid.
And it's Campbell full toss. Cooper plays it down to the long arm region. She gets her 43rd one. 90.
And look at this very sloppy cricket.
And they
As a
overthrow. Looking at.
Yeah. One overthrow, yes. And that's one of the things that I was mentioning earlier. Alexander, she's very alert when it comes to stuff like this, and because of her, she was able to. They were able to get the second run. So Cooper is now on 46, 44.
44.
44. Definitely looking good for 50 here today.
Campbell tossing that one up. Cooper comes forward. She strokes it into the outside. Going backward point. Gets one. They're looking for 2, and they'll get that comfortably. Another brace for Cooper. She goes up to 46. Trinidad and Tobago will want her to get her half century because they know once she does that, they'll be inching 4 runs closer to the 124. 94 for the loss of 6. And here's Cooper blocking that one. And she has been playing a very patient knock.
And I think she's played a good inning today, maybe even more so than McLean on the other side.
And here she stepping back, trying to pull that one and does so into the onside. Gets it down into the long on region.
Yeah, just didn't have the force in it though, because that was a rank long hop and it should have been flying into the stands over here. Where we had earlier today some school children from the St. Paul's Primary School who came by to take a look at the game, and they were hanging out with one of the officials from the Trinidad and Tobago team as well.
Adjustments in the field being made. Third man being brought into a short third man. Fielder brought in from the mid-wicket boundary to brought in about half, and it's going to be Campbell to Alexander, and they hustle through for a single. There's a shy at the stumps going for Alexander.
And that's what Alexander does. As I said, she's a busy body. And I mean, these were singles that were given up in the earlier portion of the game. So it's good to see that these batsmen are now, instead of throwing their hands away by trying to score big, they're just taking the singles and working towards that 124 so that they can ensure that they get some points on the table. Because as of now, they're the only team that don't have any points. Well, no, Leewards doesn't have any points as well. But we haven't heard anything from the Guyana game today. We got the information from the game today. Oh, okay. Well, we'll give you that score. So all the other matches are finished. St. Paul's. Okay. Well, we're waiting to see the bowler. There's a new bowler coming on the southern end.
And here's Alexander stepping back and cutting that one, coming off the top edge, down to a short third man. She picks up a single. How much does Alexander have? 97 for the loss of 6, Trinidad and Tobago. Alexander, she's been busy for her 7 runs. Cooper on 47, she's now in strike. She faces Watts. And that one plays over the mid-wicket region. It goes out to the boundary, and it is 4, and it brings up the 50. Much to the applause and the excitement of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
A very good knock, though.
And it also brings up the 100. Raises her bat, Brittany Cooper, as she scores 51, and she also brings up the century for the Trinidad and Tobago team, 101 for 6. So needing some 23 runs with the balance of the day. And here she comes forward outside the off stump. There's a loud appeal, quite defensive. And 101 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago. And this partnership yielding about 35 runs or thereabout. And here is Cooper coming forward, punching that one to the mid-wicket region. She picks up another single. She goes to 52. And the score inches on to 102 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago.
So I made 22 runs left for victory for Trinidad, but I think there's still another twist awaiting us in this game.
a wicket or two, and that will put a different spin, completely different spin into the game. You'll be deep into the heart of the tail enders. Alexander playing her role. She faces, she comes forward driving, coming off the edge, going down to the first slip region. And no harm done. The score remains 102. Trinidad and Tobago in search of 124 runs for victory. And here is what's bringing Alexander forward. And she seems not to be troubled by anything or anyone.
What's the partnership between these two?
It's the end of the over as we get the stats for that monarch. After 31 overs, Trinidad and Tobago, 102 for the loss of 6. Cooper, she's on 52. Alexander, she is on 7. And like you, Monarch, Alexander has been there so long, looking so busy. I thought she was on 17 as opposed to 7.
Well, I think she's doing exactly, following the team instructions, because I'm sure the instructions was, listen, we have Cooper out there heading towards 50. We're heading towards victory. All you need to do is to give Cooper the strike. Doesn't matter how much runs you make at the end of the day, just as long as there's victory. So there's the start of a new over. Campbell.
Into Cooper, who plays that one into the cover. And Cooper has had 2 overs, 13 runs, no wicket so far. She would like to not only get the wicket, but the prize wicket of Campbell. Left arm, round the wicket. Here she comes. Tosses that one up. Campbell driving, not being able to be that extra cover fielder. And she's bowling them a little full, airing them. Not seeing much turn from our vantage point. Left arm, number 13. Here she is again to Cooper. Outside the leg stump, and Cooper sweeps that one gently. Back with a square to pick up her 53rd one. And inching the Trinidad and Tobago score to 103 for 6. And it's going to be Cooper too. That's Campbell into Alexander, who comes forward. There's a peel, and up goes the finger of umpire Tuckett. And Campbell, whether she was brought on to take a wicket or buy a wicket, she has taken a wicket.
And has created a lot more interest in what happens the rest of the way, as Trinidad and Tobago just lost a very vital cog. Holding up one end while Cooper did the bulk of the scoring. And now she's gone, Alexander. The new batter going out is number 77. And, Rambarat. So Rambarat is going to replace Alexander, who did a credible job in, ensuring that Trinidad got as far as they are right now. 102, is it?
103.
103.
And Alexander coming into the pavilion with an applause. She would have done a good job.
All right. So let me just make sure that I get that pronunciation correct. It's Ramharak. Ramharak. That's the name of the player who is coming in. So I do apologize for getting it messed up first, but we now have it correct. And of course, I was just being told that her sister is that beautiful lady that we see on Sports Max Zone daily at 5:30 p.m.
Of course, wonderful. Well, Sports Max, her sister, I'm not certain those are any of her concerns at the moment. Her concern is to steady, support Cooper, and take Trinidad and Tobago home.
What, 22 needed?
21.
21 needed, okay.
Left-handed. Ramharak allows that one to go through outside the off stump. And Campbell will try again. Ramharak seems very youthful. Petite in stature. And here she is coming forward. Blocking that one out. Brings up the end of a successful over for Campbell, who has now bowled her third over.
Well, and it just goes to show, though that spin seems to be very important in this match. I'm sure if we look at the stats, we'll recognize that the spin bowlers have taken most of the wickets in the game so far, and as a result, Captain Stephanie Taylor, she's employing spin at both ends right now, and with a successful over from Campbell in the last one. But Cooper is still there, and once Cooper is still there, Trinidad may have a slight edge on the ascendancy. Here comes the new over.
And Cooper is coming forward. A question being asked of the umpire: rocks to the left, rocks to the right, but not for consideration, just to ease the body weight as the decision is not out.
I almost thought you were going to say something else, but yes.
And Watts is continuing from the southern end. Right arm over the wicket, and Cooper goes lobbing. Is she giving it up? And she has given it up. A beautiful catch there.
One-handed.
By that fielder in the long off position, mid-off position, moving smartly to the right and diving full stretch, and the entire field congregating around her because they know they got the very prized wicket of Brittany Hooper. Perhaps not necessary at this stage, that type of shot. With some.
Well, I think you have to give the bowler some credit as well too, because I think Cooper played.
Actually,
Cooper play.
I'm wondering what's up because both.
Well, it seems as if that the player who took the catch probably is injured because she ended up on the ground. It was a one-handed catch, a great catch, of course. And as I was saying though, I think that the bowler needs to get some credit because I think the bowler pulled that one back. Cooper was early into the shot, and as a result, he caught high on the bat and just spooned in the air for a beautiful catch from the mid-off fielder. So the new batsman is number 11.
We'll tell you that, but
Number 11.
103 for 7, 103 for 8. Score 103 for 7, and then another wicket falling 108 for 3, losing 2 wickets on 3. Losing 2 wickets with the score on 103, but more critically important for the Jamaicans, they're basically into the depth of the tail.
All right, so we're going to take a break here, both myself and Biff, and we're going to get back Mr. McCall and Mr. Edwards to take over commentary.
Remaining big hope for Trinidad and Tobago. Can Ramharak and co do it? The man with the gun in the alley puts it to your head. You can't get a gun, John. I mean, no ball.
Well, I think I'll ask the man to let's hold off for a minute. Give me 10 minutes and I'll give a decision. So is that Ramharak facing?
I think Ramharak facing the batter's cross.
Crucial wicket falling in Whitney Cooper. She was set batting well, and a bit of indiscretion came to bear, and she would have lost her wicket. And again, losing her wicket to spin.
The batter.
Losing a wicket to spin, Al. Another wicket falling to a spinner. And Ramarak will have to dig herself in here to fight for these 21 runs.
Ramharak facing. Samaru facing. So we have two left-handers on the crease. But the batters didn't cross. Number 11, Samaru. Shalini Samaru. She goes back on the cross. Taylor, sensing victory, tightens the screws. There's a slip in. There's a gully in. And again.
Watt's obviously her premier spinner and been picking up wickets at crucial periods for Jamaica. She picked up the first one in the middle, and then she just got one.
Here she comes again, drawing the batsman forward. And Samaru seems to be in no hurry either. Brian Lara like coming forward.
No hurry. Brian
Seriously.
Lara, I'm not sure those two go together.
Okay. You might be right. Again, knocks it down to extra cover. Well, Taylor will soon have to think about another option because that was the 9th over for it looked like she had 9 over 3 for 15. Excellent figures. What more can you ask for?
Yes, Watts has been doing the business, and this game is really ebbing and flowing. Al, truth be told, 21 runs could seem like a mountain for your last two peers, and it's not the most accomplished batsmen, but Jamaica at the same time will have to be disciplined in their bowling approach, be tight, put the pressure back on Trinidad and Tobago, and see if you could continue prizing wickets out. Trinidad at the same time, they must find ways to score.
Here is Campbell, loops it up on the offside. Watchful, allowing it to go by. Ramharak doesn't want to interfere with it, and then the edge comes. Campbell up to ball now. Again loops it up a little flatter this time. Pulled into the onside, little drop shot of the mid-wicket fielder, and they take 1-1. So the score inches along. Ever so slowly, 104 for 8. Again, we need to call the scoreboard. They have 102. It's 104 for 8. Two left-handers, so the field remains literally unchanged, except for a few adjustments to the right or to the left. Taylor making those adjustments, thinking, anticipating how they will pull as they go into the onside, because Campbell tends to be short. Here she comes again, loops up right onto the bat this time, and just nudges it off of her. Here they come again.
20 to win. Will Rambo won that?
Cracks it into the offside. Not really so much of a crack, but
Listen,
more pushes it.
now you got to concentrate because the umpire is going to be looking over at
All I might dare say that Campbell has gotten better as she's continued bowling throughout this innings.
I want to agree with you. She was tend to be wayward. Here comes a pull. Did she get it through the gap? No. Brilliant feeling by Nation. They restricted them to 1. Came around to the right. In fact, I think it was
Samu,
a reserve fielder on the field. It was not Nation. It's Bonnet who came off as a substitute for somebody. We'll pick up that in a moment. So another pull shot, another 1-1. 105. 19 to go. 19 was needed. Change of line. He's bowling over the wicket now. And that will be a wide. 18 to go. 106. Meandering along this game, ebbing and flowing, one way and then the other, one way and then the other. First Trinidad and Tobago, then Jamaica, another wide. Oh my, nerves, nerves.
I did mention that Jamaica will have to be disciplined in their approach, and the discipline is slowly going out of the window. But Campbell, I guess commentators curse. I was just saying she was improving as the day has been going along, and then she just she has lost it here for a little bit.
Okay, goes back. And she's asking, she's going back online, around the wicket, bringing it across the batsman, or the ball hitting outside leg, from more vantage point. 107. To win 17 overs left. Plenty.
Well,
16 overs left.
let's not forget the other factor.
What's that?
That's 2 wickets for Jamaica to get, and I think 2 is a little closer than 17. But in this game of cricket,
One more over is less than 2. The final over for what? Is it the last cast, the last try, or she's gonna have to go to somebody else? Probably one of our medium pacers. Yeah, you have to get tighter. Here is what? A little skip, ball straight down the road, beating her, all ends up into the hands of Williams. What's with excellent figures so far? 3 for 15, 9.1 overs. Here's Watts again, loops it up. She comes forward, blocks it. Seems as if they're going to depend on extras.
well,
Because we don't see any scoring shots. Where will they get their scoring for? So apart from the short one that they pulled to the onside, but Watts isn't giving any of that. In fact, she doesn't have anybody deep in the onside.
I don't think they need to score. This is what's his last over. Play her out and see who's to come. She's
Good
done
plan.
enough damage.
Good plan, good plan. She has 3 balls left in her spell. 4 maiden. Yes, 100%.
It clearly looks like the ploy, Al. Samuel will just looking to play her out and see who is to come. But still, they will have to find a way to score, unless it's total dependence on extras. But there is an opportunity to score, and that is simply pushing the ball down to mid-off, and you get 1.
Yes, the mid-off is particularly deep at this time. So she was able to push it past the shot, extra cover there, and mid-off a little bit deep, and she started off immediately.
Well, to be honest, I think Stephanie Taylor will have to start thinking about some field adjustments. Neither Ramharak or Samuel will look like big hitters of the ball. You don't have many runs to play with, and you have to take a gamble here. My take will be I'll crunch them, I'll get as tight as possible on them, and probably leave one person on the boundary. But mid-off, mid-on, we'll have to get a bit tighter, and I'm going to ask you to hit it over the top. But it's a game of chess here, and we'll see how this goes.
Well, they're following your instructions because mid-off on that occasion got tighter. But that one split down to mid-off. Same sort of manner, but they couldn't even think of a single as the mid-off field. It was just a little bit in. The adjustment was made. She put in the deep mid-wicket just for the pull shot. But Watts didn't bowl shot. She picked up a good line and kept it throughout. In fact, our figures 10 overs, 4 for 16. And she's done for the day.
Pick up the bowlers for Jamaica, definitely. And because this surface seemed to favor spinners, no surprise Watts did well. Trinidad launched an almost all-out spin attack on Jamaica. But Jamaica tend to have a bit more medium pacers in their team, and we'll have to rely on them from here on out. At the end of the day, again, I'm suggesting Maybe Stephanie Taylor can think about crunching the field a bit, bringing in a third man, just gamble a bit because you want to cut singles off. You continue giving up singles. 17 is not so far away.
And it's less than 17 now. With that single, I think it went down to about 16 for the victory.
And Jamaica again will have to be very disciplined.
And this start of the 36th over. Waysome, she's going back to her pacers. Waysome. Waysome, up to the wicket now, goes. Back she goes. That's Samaru. Just nudges the ball into the offside. Watts is there, having done all she could do for the day. Well, now she has to field. Take a catch if it comes away. Still 108. Waysome. Samu flicks it into the onside. Looks productive. Gets one, at least one. At least a boundary riders out there. It's now 109. Spurred on. Now we're hearing the chopping from the Trinidad camp.
Yes, I would want to ask you if you think they feel they are ahead, if they feel they're on top. For some reason, the Jamaica team seems a bit flat. They've been chirping for most of the game. You're not hearing from them now.
Well, with the onset of these two, I mean, they were happy when they got Cooper, extremely happy. But then these two look like they put down their heads and they have a plan. They know how to score and they're going to wait on that. They have the time. Slap to the offside. Is the only one? No. And attempted the one out. Ooh. Close call. As Samu was up the wicket, almost down no man's land.
It's important of tight feeling right now, Al. Keeping fielders in the ring, in the 30-yard circle. They have to be very tight.
Yep. Again, pushed out to cover. No one. Campbell fields. Wide and singles. Time of no consequence. Wickets. Waysome. Up to the bat. Ramharak stretches down the pitch. Pushes up to mid-off. No run. Still 109 for 8.
And the Trinidad camp gets louder with every defensive stroke or every push up to mid-off or out into the offside. It's almost as if they have scored a run.
Waysome again. Runs away from us. In shot, lugs it around, swings it around. Will it go into the boundary? Yes, it does. Oh, and the screams get louder. 4 runs from the bat of Ramarak. A pull shot down to backward of square. And none of the fielders could get there. 4 runs. It's now 1-1-3 in search of 1-2-4.
11 and 2.
Well,
Those are the magic numbers. 11 runs to go, 2 wickets to get.
the shot for me, Al, was all timing, no power. Just what timing and placement and getting enough bat on it into the deep backward square region for 4. And Ramharak picking herself up 4 runs and by extension Trinidad 4 runs. And this game is getting even tighter, Trinidad inching even closer, playing with discipline, no real risk being taken. And Jamaica will have to find a way to prize one of these two out. Both left-handers, both clearly not big hitters of the ball, not being afraid to defend for a while before they get that ball to turn, nudge, push, a stroke somewhere for 1. And as we see just now, they got 4.
Well, you see not big hitters, but both of them are pulling very well. When that short ball comes, as it did just now, or down the leg side, they swing very well.
Right, so Jamaica will have to be disciplined. Off stump, full for long.
Full toss.
The same goes to hook out Gian. But he goes to hook out Gian and protect the Cooper catch. It's when Cooper out.
Full toss from White. White, Samaru, down the leg side, asking, looking for a leg by, pass for 1 out if she hits. Oh, and misses. Oh, and now you can get two. They can get two leg buys. And they scramble through. They're finding ones from anywhere. Anywhere, anyhow. It's now 1:15. Two, in my opinion, it should be leg buys. Let's wait for the signal. Didn't call. And so that must have been a bat onto it or a glove onto it. It fell down just on the inside. They scrambled through for one and got the leg by. The extra one, sorry. Overthrow.
Well, the keeper went for glory. There was no one backing up. And interestingly enough, Al, we're seeing a little more spread of the field, deep backward square, and now a fine leg, easing the pressure off Trinidad for me.
So, again, asking. Again, that one was down the leg side.
Still playing across the line, though, Al. I would
She did.
advise her to play with the full face of the bat. Just in case it's a little straighter, you don't want umpire Abbott to get into play. But Jamaica will say, hey, continue doing that.
This is White, the Jamaican pacer. Up to the wicket now. She drives a chance at a back a cotton ball. Was it?
It's almost looking so to me.
One one five. 115 should be. A drive into the outside. From full toss. Samaru to face again. A lot of action going on. Everybody asking to score. It's just about 8 runs to get for victory. 2 more wickets. Ball overs left have no consequence. Clipped out to short mid wicket. Yet another over being ticked off.
The cheerleaders from Trinidad
37.
gets louder.
Oh yeah.
As they get closer, the cheerleading gets louder, the advice being shouted gets louder. And Jamaica, for some reason, getting flatter. It's at this time that the captain has to find a way to rally her troops to support the bowlers. Just that little energy could produce something. They would hope it could produce something. But Trinidad are not allowing that. They're cheering, they're advising, keeping the batters going.
Eight runs to go. 8 runs for victory. 115. Overs are no consequence. Less than 8 overs. 1 over still can do it.
Well, I'm not sure Trinidad would want it to get that close.
Raise some. Down the wicket. Drives. Gentle drive. Gentle drive. Push back down the track as it were. A little bit of encouragement coming from the Jamaican team. You can hear it still. With Ram Harak doing the business with the ball and helping out with the bat. Here she come again. In, bowls, drives down to mid-off. There's no run. So they've worked out a way they can score. They're going to push and prod and block until they get a short one. They have enough time for that.
Yeah,
When the short one comes, they swing it into the onside and they get 1, 2, or 4 as the case may be.
Ram Harak looks pretty solid to me.
Yes, in defense, yes. Again, you come down the onside. Now she clips it. Here's the ones. Down the leg side, down to fine leg. Get 1. Looking for 2. Nope, change their mind. So it's now 116. Chasing 120. It's 124 for victory, right? They made 123. Okay, so they'll need the extra 1. I wasn't counting that extra 1, but so it's 4 and 3 to tie. That's 7 to tie. 8 to win. Here they go again. Outside the off stump, push it into the offside. Going down to third man. They can get a single. They do. And it's yay from the Trinidad crowd. And is it a crowd or are they fans? They're teammates.
The teammates, but they're very loud. They're very loud, supporting, cheering.
So both batters picked up singles. They were wondering where these ones would come from. Short, back and across, blocks with Ram Harak.
And I still think that the captain, Stephanie, will have to try another trick. Pull some sort of a spinner, even just try and bowl one over.
I don't think she has any more unless she's going to use Campbell. Straight, playing straight, down to the outside. Looks like an accomplished batter.
Yeah, the pace looks a little too easy for the batters at this time. And I don't think she would want to go back to Campbell. The last 2 overs were not the best, producing a couple of wides. But if there is another player on field that Jamaica has, maybe they don't, that can bowl a little spin, it would be probably could prove an opportunity to pick up a wicket. But depending on the seamers, and that's look like the way it will go from here till it's over.
Clearly she doesn't have anybody else, so she'll come back to her two opening bowlers. At least they didn't open the bowling today, but the opening pacers, White and Waysam. White had a 5 in the last.
Yeah.
11 Waysam.
Very strong.
We see there.
Number 13.
Yeah,
She bowling now.
yeah. She bowling over. Yeah.
Yeah.
A drive to the offside, straight to Nation. Trying to get underneath the bat of Samaru. 117. Here is White. Post some more. She comes behind it, blocks it into the offside. A similar pattern that we've been seeing. Waiting and waiting for that loose ball.
I think that's all Trinidad needs to do. Don't take any risks. Just hang around, wait for the Jamaican bowler to err in length or line. And I'm just saying the Jamaican bowlers just need to not be bored. Just keep doing it.
Odd into the onside. Turns it into the onside this time. There comes the single. One more run. 118. We're into the 39th over. There's 6 runs to get. More than 10 overs remaining. Right here.
Wickets are what's going to do it for Jamaica here.
No need to do anything. And it has to be a wicket. Take the wicket. I don't think those two. And here it comes, the wicket. Caught! They don't have to do anything. Caught by Stephanie Taylor off the bowling of Waysam.
Did I just say wickets? You were speaking about it being less than
White by
one
apologies.
run over. I
White.
just said wickets is what will do it for Jamaica.
No,
and
we don't do
Ram
that.
Harak struck that one well, but well into the hands of one of the safer pairs of hands on the field. And that is 118 for 9. We are going down to the wire here, Al. 118 for 9. Number 7 struts to the crease.
We are already on the well. Which way will we fall off? We are on the top of the fence right now.
We are at the top
One
of the
wicket
fence.
To go, 6 runs to get.
The man with the gun in the alley you asked earlier. I told him to give me 10 minutes. 9 has gone.
Give 10 minutes. Give back to him.
Yes, it's 9 minutes to go on. So in the next minute, I can say what I will do.
I don't think he has that time.
Incoming batter, Sugrim. Steffi Sugrim.
The last batter
Last pair.
coming to the crease. Yeah, no more left in the shed. No more left in the shed. That's it. So grim.
All right, so it's Steffi Sugrim who is going to be facing White. One of the bowlers. I keep asking for spinners, but the pacers are doing the trick.
Yes, I honestly felt that she didn't have any other pacers in her armory. I mean, spinners in her armory. And so she had to go to her 2 opening bowlers. And White, as I said, was very successful in the last Over. Here she comes. Played into the onside. Exploring a single.
Right. Oh,
Exploring a single. They've turned it down.
I think that could have almost been
Apparent-
2-all.
Apparently, that might have been the end of the over. And Samaru doesn't trust her.
My
Five
opinion
minutes
here,
discussion.
every run counts. You need 6. If there's an opportunity for a run, I think you should take it. But I think Samaru is saying, I'm the senior player. I'm going to take the strike. Probably it's a team plan. So let's see how this one plays out. But it's 118 for 6. You're missing no action here. Sorry, for 9. How did I get 6? I think the 6, I'm dealing with the 6 that is required.
6 runs to go. 118 for 9. 1 wicket to go.
So Monarch is saying I was given a 6 for 9, and that's correct.
Here goes Novel. Here goes Novel again advising Taylor how to set the field.
White have one more. Raysom have one more.
There's a final over for Raysom. White has one more as well.
Chain ball 10.
Those two are complete.
Raysom ball. Raysom. Yes? West Jam one.
So it's Waysome who's going to be bowling to Samaru. Samaru standing on the back foot, pushing it out to cover, and there's no run. And just to remind you, Trinidad 118 for 9. They need 124 for victory. Samaru, who's been at the crease for some time now, shouldering the responsibility here to get most of these runs, and she's driving up to mid-off. There is some mix-up in the middle, but no run, no harm done. The question is, Al, Samaru clearly not a big hitter of the ball. How are they going to manufacture these 6 runs?
You were asking that before, and they found overthrows, they found a little quick single through the onside, and their famous swing to the onside.
So you're saying there are quite a number of ways for these runs to come.
They're going to pull, they're going to prod, they're going to push. The pulling and flicking into the onside have been the most productive for them, and I think that's the route they will go. They have the time to wait on those type of deliveries.
Well, where some will have other ideas. She would want to keep it full on the off stump, but here she comes. It's
Pull, yeah, the shot.
shortish, and she's swinging into the short mid-wicket region, fielded, and there's no run, no damage done. It's still 118 for 9.
You realize either side of that fielder?
Might
Either-
have been 2.
Yeah, it would have been 2. Either side of Shelton. Scheduled in red. Field well set.
So margin for error here is very small.
Yep. And she lifts it over the infield. Didn't hit it hard enough. Settled for 1, looking for 2. No, and a collective no coming from the team in the shed. So 1 more run.
Yeah, the Trinidad dressing room is very loud,
We didn't
very
see that one
active,
before.
very.
That lofted coverage, right?
Well, we haven't seen that. So clearly Samaru can play some shots. And she's just waiting until she gets what she wants. It's 119 for 9. The target is 124. Jamaica and Trinidad battling here right down to the end. A game that has ebbed, it's flowed, it's done all sorts of things, Al.
Yep. One side to the next. Taylor comes back on the long on boundary. She has another. Here is White in her final over. White up onto the back and diving away to save that one. Everything is precious now.
Yes, everyone is precious, and stopping everyone is even more important. White in her final over, and Trinidad will be wise to play her out and ask another bowler to come and bowl under this sort of pressure. And that could make the situation a little easier for Trinidad, bringing a new bowler into the attack at this stage.
4 runs to win, 3 runs to tie. What happens in the event of a tie? Super over? No? Okay, a tie is a tie. Oh, nice playing. Sugim doesn't look like a rabbit at all.
And I'll say to you again, Al, you've given the scenario for the runs. I'll bring you. Jamaica needs 1 wicket.
And how will you get that wicket? All your ace bowlers gone? Who are you going to go to?
Well,
Nation,
earlier I was
Campbell.
calling for a spinner, but the Pacers have been
Wilmot,
rising to the occasion.
Campbell. White is done. Last over. You're asking. Abbott doesn't move. At the moment they'll ask for anything.
Wasn't a bad shout. All that one went in between bat and pad. So we passed the inside portion of the bat with Sugrim driving. And I guess hence the reason they would prefer Sugrim on strike, because there's that belief that she's the wicket they could prize out.
That was the plan because they pushed back the field and invited the single.
Right.
And she got it at the very first ball. At the very first ball, and now Sugrim is negotiating the entire rest of the over. I think it's 4 balls gone, 2 left. White, you can be the hero. Shot, cutting, missing, collecting. In fact, that's the end of the over.
That's the end of the over for
That's the end
White.
of White.
So if we were to look at it, Waysome, she's done. White, she's done. Watts is done. So these are probably your top bowlers. So it's going to be either Wilmot or Campbell. And one of them will have to find a way to prize a wicket out before Trinidad gets to 124 for victory.
The way in which Campbell takes up a number of deliveries before she finds a line, and the way in which these batters are swinging into the onside.
Number 13, that's Campbell.
I'm tending to lean towards Trinidad and Tobago at this time.
I think so.
But then again, the batters will throw it in somebody's hand.
Such small margins, Al.
Oh yeah. Here comes Campbell. Foolish, straight overhead. One they settle for. The lofted drive comes out again. First ball will be over.
Ramharak. Sorry, Samaru is off strike now.
Samu half strike, 121. 3 for victory.
Sugrim.
Grim is facing.
I think this is a bold move, though, Al, to bring Campbell back before Wilmot. Reason being, Campbell has been a slightly not so disciplined earlier on, and you kind of want as much accuracy, but sometimes so it's Campbell to bowl to Sugrim. That one's short. She's swinging that down behind backward square. They get 1. They look for 2. The second run is turned down, and it's 122. 122 for 9. It's Trinidad and Tobago. I thought there was an opportunity for 2 runs, but Samaru decides, well, I'll take over from here. So, Grim, you've done your part. I'm senior to you. You stay and watch.
Oh yes, she did. And she's there now. 122, 2 for victory, 1 for tie. Campbell. Blocks it. Down the wicket. I think the shoulders of the Jamaican team has fallen. The 2 for victory, 1 to tie, 1 not to lose. And she comes again down the leg side, and there's a wide. Oh, they helped. A wide from Campbell. Scores are tied.
I did mention, Al, that she has not been as disciplined as
Yep.
one would have
Same
wanted.
point I was making. The way
And,
she tries to get into her own.
But the game is not over.
Yeah, will we see a tight score? Here is Campbell in, pushes it into the onside. Ball right up on her. Just pushed it over to Shelton. Can they get it tight? That's all they can hope for now. Will the one come? Campbell up to the wicket, bowls, full toss, drive down the track. Almost. Ooh. That one fell just short.
She almost pushed it back into the hands of Campbell. But again, Samaru is very, very confident at this stage. It seems so easy. I mean, you can't lose.
Can't lose.
You can't
wait,
lose.
you can literally wait 10 hours for another wife.
Yes, you can wait around, but let's see what happens.
Swings it into into deep mid wicket into Cowcarder, 4 runs. That's the game. Trinidad and Tobago by 2 wickets. 1 wicket, sorry.
That took the score to 127. This was a close encounter from the beginning. It went so many ways. But first, let's congratulate Trinidad and Tobago defeating Jamaica here in the Women's Super 50. Jamaica making 123 all out, and Trinidad clawing, fighting their way to winning this encounter by 1 wicket. 127, they ended on 4-9.
Fighting tooth and nail, Trinidad and Tobago. Rebounding from a defeat in their first game. And now they with 1 defeat, 1 victory. So too is Jamaica. The Leewards have gone down too with another disappointing performance today. And Barbados is still showing their strength as defending champs by winning their 2 games as well. Well, it's day number 2 in the CG United Insurance Women 50 over competition.
Yeah, this game had everything that you would want in a cricket match. There were early wickets at the start of the Jamaican innings. Then there was a nice, good partnership between Nation and McLean. And then wickets began falling again. And Trinidad never really got a good start. But Whitney Cooper played a really good hand. And it's clear that the rest of the team were comfortable in supporting her to getting us close to the target. But everyone played their part in achieving the 123 for victory. So congratulations to Trinidad on winning this Super 50. Trinidad and Tobago on winning this CG Insurance Super 50 match against Jamaica. But Jamaica would still not want to hold their heads too low because they fought right through to the end. I think what would have changed it, maybe if they had another spinner in the attack, just to use up some overs and apply some pressure, that could have made a difference.
Well, unfortunately, Steffi Taylor, who is a spinner by her own right, she has been injured. We are well advised that she had a back injury recently and is not advised to bowl. She bats well, but not advised to bowl in this competition. And that would have been the answer. She really needed another spinner. As we let you know how the competition will continue. It will continue on Friday. Tomorrow is a rest day. Down here in St. Paul's, we'll have Trinidad and Tobago versus the Windwards. So Trinidad will come back down here on Friday. And then Jamaica will take on Barbados. Another cliffhanger, I suppose. That will be at Connery. And Guyana and Leeward will be at Warner Park. Guyana and Leeward's Warner Park, Jamaica, Barbados, Connery, and Trinidad and Tobago versus the Windward Islands in St. Paul.
So the only two teams that haven't affected a win yet would be Guyana and the Leewards.
Yes, the meeting of the losers. The meeting at the bottom of the table. That's on Friday, round 3. Jamaica with 1-1 versus Barbados 2-0. Windward Islands
2-0.
2-0 versus Trinidad 1-1.
Some pretty interesting games lining up there for Friday.
we're just about to wrap the scoreboards for you and take you back to Master Control and invite you to join us once again on Friday with the
So just to give a quick rundown of the Jamaican innings before we get to Trinidad. In Jamaican's innings, they scored 123 from 39 overs. The batting card, Ferron scored 12. Shelton scored 2. Williams, she was 3. Taylor, she went for 1. McLean was not out, 59. Nation, 24. And Nation and McLean had a partnership of about 59. We're building the innings. Waysome she went without scoring. Wilmoth went for 4. Watts, 8. Campbell, 5. And White, she went for 2. To give the bowling, Alexander for Trinidad was 7 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Ram Harak was 9 overs, 5 maidens, 21 runs, 1 wicket. Sugrim Steffi, she was 5 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, no wickets. Captain Mohammed was 4 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Kirby, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Joseph, 1 over, 2 runs. Ramnarat, the pick of the bowlers, she was 7.4 overs, 12 runs, and she got 5 wickets. And that was the Jamaica's batting card. We're going to get the Trinidad batting for you as they went about trying to chase down the 123, and they did so, losing some 9 wickets, but got over the line eventually. Saul, she went for 7. Ramnarat, she went without scoring. Boyce was run out for 8. Joseph went for 10. Brittany Cooper, again, pick of the batting, she went for 53. Kirby went for 7. Mohammed, 3. Alexander went for 7. Ramharak went for 6. Samaru, not out, 14. And Sugrim, not out, 1. And that was enough to get them to 127 for 9. The bowling for Jamaica, White was 10 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, 2 wickets. Watts, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 16 runs, 3 wickets. She was the pick of the bowlers for Jamaica. Waysome, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Wilmot, 6 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, no wickets. And Campbell, she bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 25 runs. And she picked up 1 wicket. And that brought the game to an end. Trinidad winning by 1 wicket in this CG Insurance Women's Super 50 here in St. Paul's, St. Kitts. And I would like Al to give his final thoughts on the game before we take it back to Master Control.
what can I say? Just a very close game that went the way, that could have gone either way, and it went the way of Trinidad and Tobago. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Jamaica for a tight fight. And at this stage, all I want to do is to say on behalf of the fellow commentators, Monarch and Troy Biff Mills, see you soon. Do join us on Friday for more action in this women's 50 over competition, sponsored by CG Insurance Company.